Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 4, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 114, H.R. 4, an act to rescind certain budget authority and so forth.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you. The one big, beautiful bill provides a much-needed boost to Main Street America and to the rural communities, all of this throughout America. It makes key business provisions from the 2017 tax law permanent to provide job creators the certainty that they need to plan and invest in their operations. A top priority of mine, the 20% small business deduction, is made permanent to benefit Main Street business owners and family farmers alike. Just as importantly, the bill permanently restores full expensing for machinery and equipment to boost domestic production. All of this, combined with a permanent extension of the across-the-board lower tax rates, the one big, beautiful bill is a recipe for economic success. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Republican Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, the Senate will begin consideration of the Trump
We do a
administration's
little
rescission
trolling.
package.
It's called we do a little
Reining
trolling.
in waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government is a priority shared by President Trump and by Senate Republicans. I appreciate all the work the administration has done in identifying wasteful spending. And now it's time for the Senate to do its part to cut some of that waste out of the budget. It's a small but important step toward fiscal sanity that we all should be able to agree is long overdue. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, Republicans passed a historic bill. And the centerpiece of that bill is permanent tax relief for the American people. In 2017, Republicans' Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cut taxes across the board and had our economy firing on all cylinders. Now, we've made those tax cuts permanent, and we're setting up our country for a more prosperous future. And that starts with the American people being able to keep more of their hard-earned money to spend, save, and invest as they see fit, and to pursue their American dream. Mr. President, I know my Democrat colleagues are pushing their usual lines about this bill, that it's about billionaires and big corporations, not everyday Americans. But nothing could be further from the truth. This bill delivers big for working families in every corner of this country. It's middle-income Americans who get the biggest benefits from the tax cuts. In fact, Mr. President, people making less than $50,000 a year get the biggest proportional benefit from this bill. Not billionaires, not the 1%, not Fortune 500 CEOs, everyday Americans. People like waitresses and police officers, nurses and Uber drivers, farmers and ranchers, senior citizens, parents trying to provide for their families. Those, Mr. President, are the people who are going to get the biggest benefits from this bill. Mr. President, before this bill passed, these Americans were facing a massive tax hike next year. Some $2,500 for people in my home state of South Dakota. Now they can be confident that their taxes won't go up, not next year and not in the future. Because Republicans have made the 2017 tax relief we passed permanent. And that includes lower tax rates for every income level, a $16,000 standard deduction, something that's used by 90% of taxpayers in this country, and 46 million families who can claim a higher child tax credit, $2,200 per child, that's now linked to inflation so that it doesn't lose its value. And we went further than just making the 2017 tax relief permanent. Seniors can now claim a new $6,000 bonus deduction. Americans can deduct the interest costs of a new car that's made in America. Parents can save for their children's futures with new investment accounts. Workers who earn overtime can deduct that overtime pay. Mr. President, that includes police officers, firefighters, nurses, and EMTs. People who put in extra hours away from their families to keep us safe and to save lives. Workers who earn tips can now deduct those tips. And that means bigger paychecks for a lot of hardworking people. One analysis suggests that Uber drivers alone will see their collective income rise by $1 billion because of the no tax on tips that we included in this bill. And other tipped Americans are looking forward to bigger paychecks. A waitress in Michigan said, and I quote, "I have 4 children, so that extra money would be pretty handy. It would either go toward them or to my house bills," end quote. Mr. President, America's farmers and ranchers are also breathing a sigh of relief with this bill. Amid some of the most challenging years for agriculture in recent memory, this bill bolsters the programs that farmers and ranchers depend upon. Things like crop insurance and commodity programs, conservation programs and disaster assistance, research and disease prevention. This bill addresses farmers and ranchers' challenges head-on. Then there's the tax component. Farmers and ranchers will benefit from the same lower tax rates that benefit working families and small businesses. They'll be able to take advantage of permanent full expensing for new equipment. And that means, Mr. President, that they can deduct the full cost of a new tractor or a combine or anything else the year they start using it. And they'll be able to take advantage of that provision whether they buy that new tractor next year, the year after that, or 10 years from now. Full expensing is now permanent feature and fixture of our tax code because of this bill. Our legislation also protects more family farms and ranches from the death tax. We raised the death tax threshold to $15 million, and it's linked to inflation. That means a lot more farmers and ranchers won't have to worry about the death tax eating up what they've spent their lifetime building. It means they won't have to worry about a flawed tax forcing their kids to sell all or a part of the family farm. And it means farmers and ranchers won't have to spend their time and money on complicated estate planning to keep their operation intact after they die. One Iowa farmer summed it up when he said it this way, and I quote, "One of my goals when I started farming was to be able to pass this farm on to the next generation. I'm doing that, and I feel very good about that," end quote. Well, Mr. President, we can all feel good about that. I know the last few years have been years of near constant financial stress for working families, for farmers and ranchers, for small business owners. So Republicans set out to deliver relief with this bill. And more than that, we set out to permanently transform our tax code so that it supports these hardworking Americans. A tax code, Mr. President, that supports bigger paychecks and lower tax bills. That enables the American people to save, invest, and spend more of their hard-earned money how they see fit, rather than sending it to Uncle Sam. Mr. President, that's the tax code that we're delivering. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Democrat leader.
Mr. President, today, Senate Republicans will press ahead with a terrible bill that guts local news, defunds rural radio stations, and makes America less safe on the world stage. And they're doing it all to continue funding tax breaks for billionaires. Today, Senate Republicans turn this chamber into a subservient rubber stamp for the executive at the behest of Donald Trump. And do you want to know the most galling part of this whole bill that Republicans are hell-bent in dramming through? They have absolutely no idea how OMB plans to apply the cuts. Don't take my word for it. My colleague, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, the senior senator, my colleague, the senior senator and former Republican leader from Kentucky, and my colleague from Mississippi, one who said he's voting for the bill, all say the bill is lacking specific information, and some claim they haven't even been told how the cuts will even be applied. How can we devastate programs, rip away bipartisan funding, and impact millions of Americans without even knowing how this bill will be implemented? Republicans embrace the credo of cut, cut, cut now and ask questions later. Cut health care for 17 million Americans. Cut food assistance to hungry kids. Cut good-paying energy jobs. Let the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, get ahead of us. Never mind the kids who will go hungry, or the families who will lose insurance, or the people who will get sick and die. It's all worth it, Republicans seem to think, so long as billionaires and special interests pay less in taxes. Senate Democrats, however, know that our job in this chamber is to govern, is to legislate, not simply eat dirt from the executive and ask for more, which is what, unfortunately, my colleagues from the other side of the aisle are doing. So today, we're going to have a debate on the floor. Democrats are going to show the American people exactly what Republicans are doing. We will highlight through amendments the devastating cuts to local television and radio stations across the country, as well as the damage these cuts will do to America's standing as world leader. We'll hold the Republicans accountable through amendments wherever they claim they want to improve this awful bill and make it abundantly clear they have not materially improved this proposal. We will do everything in our power to mitigate the damage ours are unilaterally doing to the American people. Now let's talk about the cuts to the CPB, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Millions and millions of Americans, over 10 million Americans, 13, live in regions of the country that will be affected by these cuts, including millions of rural Americans and Native tribes. And these cuts to local stations couldn't happen at a worse time, with floods and natural disasters front of mind. When a flood happens, when a tornado touches down, when a hurricane makes landfall, people need immediate, up-to-date alerts to stay safe. And sometimes, all too often, public broadcasting is the only way for people to hear what's going on. It's a matter of life and death. So why is Donald Trump so hell-bent on taking away funding from local stations that can literally save lives? And it's not just public broadcasting. Cuts to foreign aid will make Americans less safe. It'll empower our adversaries. The changes Republicans say they made to PEPFAR are not enough, and nobody's fooled by the small tweaks to this package. Let me be very clear. Donald Trump's hatred of foreign aid has nothing to do with making government more efficient.
We do a little
and it
trolling.
has nothing
It's
to
called
do
we
with
do a little
eliminating
trolling.
waste. It's incompetence, simple incompetence and cruelty based on an extremist ideology. Here's one glaring example. A very troubling report yesterday from The Atlantic saying that nearly 500 metric tons of emergency food that has already been purchased by the federal government is set to expire today and will quite literally be incinerated instead of going to hungry kids. Again, this emergency food could save lives. It could prevent kids literally from starving to death in places like Afghanistan and in Pakistan. It's been sitting idly in a warehouse in Dubai for months. And because of the administration's incompetence, because of the reckless canceling of foreign aid at the start of this administration, these 500 tons of food will be turned into ash. This is just one very glaring, very troubling example of how our Republican colleagues are really full of it when they say they want to eliminate waste. They don't really care about that. They care about just cut, 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 slash, slash, slash. Use the Doge chainsaw just again so the billionaires can get their tax breaks. What's happened with this food is a deep violation, not simply of common sense, but of the moral obligation to care for the hungry and care for those in need, which our scriptures teach us. It is disgusting, and it crystallizes the core issue. Republicans do not care about eliminating waste. They simply want to cut funding and damn the consequences, even if it means kids starve to death abroad. It's incomprehensibly mean-spirited. But foreign aid is not just about charity. It's strategic. It's about American security, and when Republicans cut foreign aid, they expose Americans to global health risks. They make it easier for terrorists to recruit people in susceptible parts of the world. They harm our farmers and researchers and our businesses. Cutting foreign aid makes it harder for U.S. companies to access new markets. And when the Republicans cut American aid, they essentially tell China and Russia, the floor is yours. It creates a vacuum, which China and Russia are all too eager to step into. Now, Republicans know all of this. They know this rescission package is bad news, even though most of them still choose to support it. Listen, for example, to the words of our colleague from Nebraska. Quote, he says, "I am very concerned also about the emergency alerts that come to many places in Nebraska only through that rural radio," unquote. Or our colleague from South Dakota, quote, he says, "To me, it's a very serious concern, and there were just a number of these stations that would have lost over 90% of their funding," unquote. Consider also what our colleague from Alabama said with regard to foreign aid. Quote, "And I think that's important, not only being the right thing to do and the American way, but I also think it's important as we know that if we leave a void, it will be filled by our adversaries," unquote. Now, these are nice words. But every one of the Republicans, every single one of the Republicans I just quoted, voted yes yesterday. And actions speak louder than words. It does no good to express concern about legislation only to vote yes in the end. Again, we were not sent here by the voters to rubber stamp whatever Donald Trump wants. We were here to govern as a co-equal branch of government. This bill today represents the very opposite of that. It is enabling Donald Trump's lawlessness. At worst, this is just one piece of an evil puzzle. If Republicans get away with passing this bill now, we will likely be back here in the near future with other rescissions that cut things like health care, like housing, like food for kids. Donald Trump and Russell Vought have made very clear they want to keep pushing additional rescission packages with even more cuts. So it means that health care is at risk, education is at risk, housing is at risk, research dollars are at risk, money for veterans is at risk. Additional aid that keeps Americans safe will be in danger. Remember, Donald Trump and Republican leaders reportedly struck up a crooked bargain. If hard-right members of the House Freedom Caucus agreed to support the big ugly betrayal, Donald Trump would reward them with even deeper cuts to health care and other things the hard right despises. Make no mistake, this is a short-circuiting of the appropriations process. What Republicans are doing through impoundment and rescissions compromises the legislature's ability to act as a co-equal branch of government, to reach bipartisan and reasonable appropriations deals that represent the best interests of this country, not merely the partisan wishes of a small band of extremists. So today, Republicans will push the Senate down a dangerous road. They will not only cede power to Donald Trump, but they will also tell the American people they won't fight to protect their hospitals, seniors, education, nutrition funding, public health, public safety, and so much more. Democrats will continue to fiercely oppose this package. We firmly believe in protecting public broadcasting. We firmly believe in the role of Congress in checking a reckless executive. We're going to fight every day to protect people's health care, their education, the care our veterans need, food assistance for seniors and other kids, making sure the needs of working, middle-class, middle American families come first, not the billionaire class. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today having read a most fascinating story this morning in Politico. It's about what the Democrats' strategy is today on the floor of the United States Senate, and it seems they're coming here today to defend their wasteful Washington spending. The title of the article is Democrats' Eye Changes to Climate Spending Clawbacks. Remember, this is the party who had a president, Joe Biden, who told the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, to prioritize climate over energy for the American people that was affordable, available, or reliable. That was Biden's priority. That's the Democrats' priority. Climate over energy available, affordable, or reliable.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Cost them the election because they were the party of high prices and open borders. It doesn't seem like they've heard the message when I look at this, as they're trying to, on the floor of the Senate today, amend our rescissions package to go after efforts to save the American taxpayer dollars. The story is about how the Democrats are going to defend hundreds of millions of dollars that prop up the old, worn-out Green New Deal, and they want to prop it up in foreign countries. We're talking about pet projects, one called Net Zero Cities in Mexico, electric buses in Africa, even taxpayer-funded classes on environmental racism. That's what the Democrats are going to be protecting and trying to defend on the floor of the United States Senate. Look, just weeks ago, Democrats said tax cuts for working Americans were unaffordable. No, they don't want to cut taxes for Americans. That's why every Democrat in this chamber voted against the tax cuts that saved people who work and get money from tips, save them $1,300. Democrats voted, no, we don't want you to be able to keep your tips. We want you to pay taxes on it so we can spend money overseas on climate change. Democrats actually voted unanimously to raise taxes by $4 trillion on the American people. Thank goodness we were able to stop it, to block what the Democrats wanted to do to raise taxpayer dollars by $4 trillion. That would hurt every working family in America. They called what we Republicans did fiscal irresponsibility. Now, suddenly, money's no object. No, millions for the Green New Deal abroad. Not 1 cent on hardworking Americans at home. That, Mr. President, is the warped priority of the Democrats in this chamber. They're not just liberal. This is radical thinking. This is completely out of touch. Is it surprising then, Mr. President, when you see the Democrats' own pollsters say that their party is weak, it's woke, and it's out of touch? That's how American voters view the Democrat Party today. Only 1 in 3 middle-class working families, hard-working families in America, even identify with that party anymore because they have gone so far to the left and so out of touch with the hard-working men and women of this nation. The bill that we're trying to do today in the Senate is simple: to end wasteful Washington spending, to save taxpayer billions of dollars, and to restore fiscal responsibility. This money that we're clawing back today represents the hard work of American people, farmers, ranchers, small business owners in Wyoming and across the country. Every dollar the federal government spends should honor their work, not waste their money. Taxpayer dollars should keep America safe. It should secure our borders. It should invest in our future. That's what we're doing here today. We should never be funding something called a vegan food in Africa, social media mentorship in Europe, Net Zero Cities in Mexico. These programs have been unaccountable, unnecessary, and truly out of touch with America's priorities. Americans voted for fiscal savings, not foreign slush funds. Today, the federal government is too big, it spends too much. The bill we're discussing today sends a clear message. The age of wasteful Washington spending has come to an end. Now, I've heard the Democrats fear-mongering about this bill. Let me set the record straight. Republicans are protecting emergency alert systems here at home. Democrats are protecting and promoting electric buses in Africa. In November, Americans rejected this wasteful Washington spending. This week, Republicans are delivering on that mandate. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Whip.
Mr. President, I wanted to check on the bill that we're considering today, H.R. 4. I just heard the senator from Wyoming, my colleague and friend,
We do a little
talk about
trolling.
lot
It's
of
called we do a
programs
little trolling.
that are part of the Democratic alternative. This bill contains no reference whatsoever to the projects that he's mentioning. I don't know where they came from. They certainly are news to me. But I do know what this bill does, and I know what it's going to mean to Wyoming and Illinois and Oklahoma and Washington, even the state of Hawaii. You see, national public radio and public broadcasting are opportunities for Americans to learn information that is critical to their lives and their futures and their businesses and their farms. And do you know what the Republicans believe? Well, I can tell you. They want to eliminate the federal assistance for this public broadcasting. That's what's in this bill. I have a basic premise. I believe the American people are entitled to information, and they're entitled to be making the choice of their source of that information. Public broadcasting is one choice. It's one I respect, and many of both political parties respect. And the notion that we're going to take what is a minuscule part of the federal budget and punish the people who are involved in public broadcasting particularly hurts rural areas that I represent in Illinois. Small towns and part of our state that is limited in population count on public broadcasting, not only for the news, not only for the entertainment, but also for critical information when it comes to terrible emergency weather conditions. Is this something that we want to walk away from? Just think, just a few days ago, this body was voting for a Republican proposal called the Big Beautiful Bill, which was a betrayal of rural areas as well. I know because the administrators of hospitals in downstate Illinois have come to meet with me personally in Washington and tell me what the elimination of Medicaid and the reduction of Medicaid coverage is going to mean. For many of these hospitals, more than half of the patients are covered by Medicaid. More than half of the services that are rendered by the hospitals are paid by Medicaid. A cutback in funding for that program is going to hurt individuals. 11 million individuals are going to lose their health insurance in the United States. Millions of others will see their health insurance become much more expensive, dramatically more expensive. Is that what the American people voted for in the last election? I think not. Overwhelmingly by a margin of 2-1, they reject this Republican strategy of cutting health care and cutting health insurance coverage in order to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people in America. For goodness sakes, $346,000 tax cut for Elon Musk. He won't even notice it. He's a multi-billionaire. And yet they're risking health insurance for working families in rural areas to give Elon Musk a tax break. Give me a break. The American people believe that's unnecessary. Do I believe working families deserve a tax cut? You bet. Vote for it in a minute. But when you're making over $400,000 a year, I think, frankly, you're in a situation where you shouldn't be asking for a tax break at this point. And that's my position. So that's one of the conditions that we face as we go into this bill. Eliminating government support for public broadcasting and national public radio is a setback in terms of information and choice for American families to decide where they want their source of information. But I do want to raise one other point that I think goes to the heart of our vote today on H.R. 4. Senator from Wyoming, Republican senator, just called it wasteful Washington spending. Well, I don't believe this falls in the category of inefficiency, fraud, and abuse or waste. 2 weeks ago, when the Republicans used budget reconciliation to take health care away and raise its cost for 17 million Americans. This week, they're moving forward on H.R. 4 in an effort to eliminate programs that Elon Musk decided he wanted to take a chainsaw to. Let's talk about Trump and Elon's first target, U.S. foreign assistance to the world's most vulnerable people. They have virtually ended USAID which officially closed last week. What did they say about the program? Well, it was pretty explicit. Trump said these types of USAID programs are run by, quote, radical lunatics, close quote. The exact words of the President of the United States, radical lunatics. Elon Musk, the great government authority, said, quote, a criminal organization that should die, USAID programs. Let's talk about these programs. You see, despite many lies spread about U.S. foreign aid, such programs cost about 1% of the federal budget, 1%. And billions of these aid dollars flow back into the American economy. These programs have enjoyed broad bipartisan support, and they help make America stronger and more influential on the global stage. Moreover, these kinds of deep cuts proposed in the current rescission package threaten the long-term safety, stability, and leadership of our country, as well as growing markets for American goods. USAID programs stem threats that don't respect borders, pandemics, failed states, dictatorships, and displacements. The clean water and sanitation programs have provided more than 70 million people with first-time sustainable access to clean water in the last decade. Programs that have a 6-to-1 return in dollars saved in health, economic, and educational terms. My predecessor in the United States Senate and good friend was a man named Paul Simon from Illinois. Paul was a publisher of newspapers, an author who published many books, and one of the last books he published before he passed away related to the availability of clean drinking water in the future of the 21st century. It was not a bestseller on the New York Times list, but it was certainly advice that should have been taken seriously by all. When I asked Paul Simon's family what kind of memorial he wanted for his service in the House and the Senate and public life, they said he doesn't want any statue anywhere. Do something good in his name. So I created the Paul Simon Water for the World Act. Paul Simon Water for the World Act provided a limited amount of money by federal standards to projects around developing nations that provided clean drinking water. I remember going to Port-au-Prince in Haiti, one of the most war-torn and devastated countries in the world. And I went to a local hospital in Port-au-Prince, and the woman who was the head of the hospital said that they had a terrible problem with a cholera epidemic, but it was under control. And I said, what did you do? She said, well, we ended up building a purification unit and a cistern with clean drinking water and provided it to people so that they wouldn't get sick from cholera. And I said, where is it? And she showed me, and it just looked like a sewer lid out in the back of the hospital. And I said, so where did you get the money to build it? She said, it was something called Paul Simon's Water for the World. I said, how much did it cost? She said, $20,000. That kind of small investment of $20,000 literally saved hundreds of lives in his name, and I was glad to do it. But it also spoke about the United States of America, that this country would take a small amount of money and make a dramatic difference in the lives of people around the world. I remember going to a village in India. It was a dusty little village, I can't remember the name of it, and there were kids eating lunch. What they called lunch, no American kid would even consider eating. It was a grain formula that had been gathered with water and made into looked like a dough ball. And these kids were eating this dough ball with a great amount of speed because they were so hungry. And I looked at the bag that was providing this grain for this basic lunch for these kids, and it said, this is a gift from the people of the United States of America. And I thought to myself, when they paused before they started eating to say a prayer of thanks, they thanked the United States for caring enough to feed them that day. Does that speak well of the United States? I think it does. It defines us and it defines our values. And that's what's at stake in this bill. That's what we're voting on today. It cut and eliminate programs just like that provide grain and foodstuffs around the world to the poorest people on earth. USAID programs stem threats that don't respect borders. The clean water and sanitation programs have provided more than 70 million people with first-time sustainable access to clean water in the last decade. Programs that have a 6-to-1 return in dollars saved. Now, Doctors Without Borders is an amazing organization. They have doctors in 70 different countries around the world. They provide medical care in conflict zones, natural disasters, and epidemics. and they already are seeing that vital U.S.-funded programs that provide vaccinations and basic health protection for those caught in war and nutrition are being slashed. The CEO of Doctors Without Borders, Avril Benoit, recently noted, and I quote, "It is shocking to see the United States abandon its leadership in advancing global health and humanitarian efforts." And then she went on to say, "U.S. assistance has been a lifeline for millions of people, and yanking this support will lead to more preventable deaths and untold suffering around the world." That's what we're voting for on the floor of the Senate today. This isn't just some administrative battle that doesn't have human consequences. This is a matter of life and death for some of the poorest people on earth. This is the reputation of the United States as to whether we care. This is why American defense officials have even told us for generations that they support these programs. As they say, it's far cheaper than military intervention and wildly ineffective. Trump's own first-term Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis, said, "If we don't fund foreign aid, quote, then I need to buy more bullets," close quote. So let's be clear what we're asked to do today. Rip funding away from historically bipartisan programs that keep the most vulnerable populations and fragile nations from slipping into chaos. In addition to weakening our stand abroad, these proposed rescissions would hurt Americans here at home. I hope that my colleagues will pause and think for a moment of what the consequences will be. This publication was sent to me in my home in Springfield last week. It is from Doctors Without Borders. It goes through pages and pages of the programs that have been eliminated because of the Trump administration's decision that foreign aid is for suckers. This president believes it is. Some of the people voting today may believe it as well. I don't at all. When it comes to malnutrition in Somalia, Doctors Without Borders reports that our cutback in funding has meant that patients are traveling as far as 120 miles for care because closure of facilities nearby. The HIV program, I don't know what it will end up looking like, but originally it was proposed to eliminate the PEPFAR program. Now, I didn't have a long list of projects that I worked with President George W. Bush on, but PEPFAR was one of them. PEPFAR was a program that addressed the HIV/AIDS epidemic directly, and it saved lives. Some estimate saved 25 million lives. And I want to salute President George W. Bush and all those who supported on both sides of the aisle. You see, sensible foreign aid used to be a bipartisan undertaking, and President Bush proved that over and over again. I could go through the long list of projects around the world that Doctors Without Borders have noted are being cut back because of this decision. But I want to make this more direct and more personal. This morning, one of my colleagues, Chris Coons of Delaware, who has been a leader in this field of foreign assistance, spoke to the prayer breakfast in the United States Senate. I'm not going to quote him or try to, but I will tell you this. His message was clear that he believes that as a man of faith, he has a responsibility that even goes beyond his family, even beyond his country. He has a responsibility to his fellow man. And he believes that this decision by the Senate today will decide whether or not we as a nation share that sense of responsibility. I believe it speaks well of the United States that we come together and take 1% of our budget and spend it for the poorest people on earth. And that's why I believe it's critically important today that we defeat this effort to rescind the spending in SR4. The consequences of these recessions will prove to be devastating here and across the globe. I urge my colleagues to stand up against the mindless cuts. Predictably, President Trump said, quote, "It is important that all Republicans adhere to my rescissions bill." And then he said, "Any Republican that votes to allow this monstrosity to continue broadcasting," referring to PBS, "will not have my support or endorsement." It's a political threat. There's no doubt about it. There's a risk for the Republicans who stand up for principle. The president has turned this vote away from a discussion of the merits of the cut, or of which there are none, into a loyalty test personally. Because Donald Trump doesn't care about the impact of these cuts, he only cares about the bended knee, the craven congressman, the servile senator. We need 4 Republicans today, 4, to stand up and vote a matter of conscience I hope they will join us to preserve these strategic bipartisan programs and vote no on this rescission bill. Please, today, to my colleagues on both sides, give a voice to the poorest children on earth who survive only because of the caring nation called America. Our reputation in the world is at stake. Let's do the right thing. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, 2 weeks ago, Republicans were jamming through the most expensive bill in the history of the country. And now they say they're worried about the debt. 2 weeks ago, Republicans said $4 trillion in tax cuts for the richest people in the world was nothing, literally. And now they are saying a truly tiny fraction of that for rural radio is just too much. So I have to ask, is this a joke? Are they really that bad at math? First, Republicans were saying trillions in tax cuts were free. Get real. And now they are pretending to be fiscal hawks by shutting down local news and letting epidemics go unchecked around the world. Well, here's another math lesson for my colleagues. Republicans could cut every dollar ever spent on the Corporation for Public Broadcasting since it was created, down to the last dime.
We do a little trolling.
And it
It's
still
called we
would
do a
not
little
cover
trolling.
the cost of the bill Republicans just jammed through. Republicans could actually cut every dollar we have spent on foreign aid since World War II, and that would still fall short compared to the cost of the Republican tax cuts. Republicans could even cut the amount in the first rescissions bill every single day for a year, and it still would not equal their tax cuts to help their rich donors. So make no mistake, if Republicans choose to do Trump's bidding, if they push through this package to rip away funding for emergency alerts and global health programs, it is not because they take the debt seriously. And that will be just as true for the next package. Because let's be clear, if Republicans go along with this package, despite the fact they clearly have issues with it, and despite the fact Russ Vought has refused to answer the most basic questions, even from the Republican chair of the Appropriations Committee, about which programs he's going to cut, if all of that is not enough to give Republicans just some pause and they let Russ Vought steamroll them through this package, don't be surprised when he sends more cuts down the pike. Could be medical research and after-school programs, maybe heating assistance, workplace safety, road maintenance. Everything is going to be on the chopping block, and all of our time here in the Senate is going to be spent on those requests. And here's the kicker. No matter how many rescissions Russ Vought sends, no matter how many rescissions Republicans just roll over and let pass, they will never offset the trillions in tax cuts they just passed without blinking an eye. Because you could rescind the entire FY25 spending bill twice over, and it still would not cover the $4 trillion in tax cuts Republicans just showered on the richest people in this country. So however this vote goes, expect to hear more from me on this every time Republicans try to pretend that we do not have enough money for child care or medical research or other programs that our families rely on. Now, Mr. President, I've said a lot about how patently absurd it is for Republicans to pretend they are passing these cuts because they care about the debt. But I do not want to lose sight of the larger issues. It's not just that Republicans play acting about the debt is absurd. The bigger problem here is that these cuts would be devastating for our communities and for American interests around the globe. When it comes to local news, these cuts could force local stations that people know and trust off the air. This isn't just about a program or two taking a haircut. Trump wants to slash every penny of federal funding that supports over 1,500 local TV and radio stations. Those stations and those funds reach 98% of all Americans. And they are especially crucial for serving our rural areas and tribal communities. Dozens of these stations rely on these investments for half of their funding, and some rely on it for as much as 99%. If these cuts go through, those stations go dark. Weather forecasters communities have turned to for years, news anchors that are their trusted voices, local reporters who track down answers their communities need and hold their officials to account will be sent packing, and those stations will go silent. Do we want our farmers to have good local coverage of weather and market conditions? Do we want our tribal communities to know what is going on at their state capital? Do we want families to have updates about the local school board or community events? Because this package of cuts throws all of that in jeopardy. To say nothing of emergency alerts. These stations can be a lifeline when disaster strikes. They are a trusted source of information and sometimes the only source people have access to. When the devastating wildfires hit Southern California earlier this year, public radio broadcasts let millions of people know how to stay safe. When Hurricane Helene battered North Carolina, a local public radio station was the only source of information for many people. And in fact, many stations use their towers to actually deliver emergency alerts to people's cell phones when cell towers go down. This funding supports stations who play an integral role in many of our state's emergency planning. Do you think our communities should have less warning in an emergency? Do you want to leave folks back home with less information when they are in harm's way? Well, I guess you vote for this bill if that's how you feel. I want you to know I'm a hard no. And let's not pretend a secret deal from Trump and vote to reallocate $10 million is somehow a serious fix to this. It is a tiny drop in the bucket compared to the massive cuts being pushed through here. In fact, it's less than 1% of the overall funding that this package would rip away for public broadcasting and those alerts. And don't forget, these cuts will impact some of our kids' and parents' favorite educational shows. Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Daniel Tiger. PBS Kids has a long track record of creating shows that are beloved, not just because they keep kids entertained, but because they are thoughtfully crafted to help them learn and grow, to stoke their curiosity, to teach them caring and empathy. Any parent will tell you that is a worthwhile investment. And any parent will also warn you, if you take away shows like this that gets kids engaged and gets them thinking, take that away, then there's an avalanche of brain rot television that's waiting to fill that void. Content that is crafted not to get kids thinking, but to keep them watching at all costs. We have to save Sesame Street. We have to tell Trump and vote Big Bird is not on the chopping block in this country. And we have to send this rescission package to Oscar's place, AKA the trash can. And Mr. President, I want to talk as well about the devastating cuts that this package proposes to foreign assistance. I thought America's leadership was important to Republicans, but apparently they want a penny pinch when it comes to keeping our commitments across the world. Apparently they want to save money by letting families starve and kids die of preventable diseases, because that is what this package will do. And this isn't some thought exercise. We've already seen how the first round of reckless DOGE cuts are working out. There's already a growing death toll and a huge leadership void that our competitors are racing to fill, people who needed health care. But Elon Musk shut down the only clinic for miles. Kids contracting diseases like HIV and malaria because Trump totally upended our global health response. And let's not forget, they're going to destroy contraceptives we have already purchased rather than distribute them. And people are starving to death while food supplies from our American companies are sitting rotting in ports. That is another part of why America's farmers are coming out in opposition to this bill, by the way. This week, 500 tons of high-energy biscuits expired. Food that we already paid for, food that was meant to save lives. And because Trump and Elon Musk blasted USAID to smithereens and couldn't be bothered to fix the mess that they caused, this food is now going to be incinerated, even as people we promised to help watch their kids starve. That is outrageous, and it is infuriating. Is that what Republicans think of as world leadership? Is it leadership to Republicans when Trump fires thousands of State Department workers who keep our nation safe and make our voice heard in the world? Is it leadership to Republicans when we pull investments out of international organizations and create a void that our adversaries like China will be all too happy to fill? We already know the DOGE cuts were devastating. We know that. What I don't know is why on earth Republicans are getting ready today to double down and codify them by passing this bill. And no, because Trump said so is not a good answer, especially when it is clear that Russ Vought is the one steering this particular ship. I'm not even sure Trump knows what a rescission is, but I'm sure Republicans know better than to think these cuts will make our nation strong. I know that because we passed these investments in a bipartisan way, and because I have heard them speak out about how much they hate these cuts. You can go back and watch our hearing on this. Many of our colleagues across the aisle during that hearing voiced deep concerns with these cuts that they now intend to pass today, because we all know these investments benefit American businesses who help feed the world. They help stop outbreak. They stop diseases abroad before they threaten and spread and threaten us here at home. They help promote stability and avoid chaos and conflict that can put our interests and our service members in harm's way. They help us advance America's interests and keep our country safe and prosperous. That's the smart thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. And of course, it is also the right thing to do. So it's worth saying cutting these investments is just downright wrong. We should not be voting to let children starve or die from preventable diseases. We should not be voting to go back on our word to the world. Saving a couple pennies is not worth losing our credibility or causing millions of needless deaths across the globe. It is not even close. And Mr. President, I want to impress upon one final point, and that's this. It did not have to be this way, and it still does not have to be this way. In fact, if Republicans come to their senses and vote this down, we can still go a different route. We can do what we have always done and consider bipartisan rescissions as part of our annual appropriations process. That offer has always been on the table, and it still is. I've heard Republicans say they don't like this package. In fact, they're trying to dial it back the tiniest bit. I've also heard they don't want to spend the next several months processing these requests out here on the floor instead of focusing on our annual funding bills or any number of other pressing priorities. So don't vote for it. Work with us to write bills that make targeted rescissions on a bipartisan basis. You don't work for Donald Trump. You don't work for Russ Vought. You actually work for your constituents. You can put them first, and you can vote this package down. That has some real benefits compared to going down the path of this unprecedented partisan rescission. I'm serious, Mr. President. I want my Republican colleagues to think about this, and I mean really think about it. For one thing, if we do things the normal, bipartisan way, you get to assert your say as a senator about what is getting targeted. It's not just, this is what Russ Vought says, take it or leave it.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
And speak out for what is important to you. For another thing, if we go the bipartisan route, you don't have to get jammed by this deadline. Instead of rushing through these cuts this week without fully getting to consider and debate them, instead of being told, no, you can't change this, we don't have time, we can all sit down, make thoughtful decisions, and maybe even worthwhile changes as we go. Here's an important point. if we do rescissions together through our appropriations bills, instead of just letting Trump and Russ vote jam them through whenever they want, my colleagues would actually know what in the world they're voting for. Because let's get one thing straight. Republicans don't actually know what programs are going to get cut if they pass this package. We don't know. It's one of the great outrages of this package. Russ Vought is just outright refusing to tell us what programs he's going to cut if this package passes. At our hearing with him, he refused to go into detail. He stonewalled us. We asked and we asked. The chair, the Republican chair, even asked him about this. But OMB would not tell us. The question is, what will you cut? The answer's been, pass it, we'll see. That is why the Republicans decided to protect just a handful of programs without actually reducing the funding that was associated with them, because they do not know the impact of this bill. So they preserve funding for Jordan and Egypt and a few university partnerships. What about our allies in the Indo-Pacific? What about the implementers of these programs in our states? None of us should accept not having those answers. And I'm sure my colleagues were told their priorities won't be impacted, but Director Vought cannot keep that promise given the scale of these cuts. The math does not add up. Even if you believe we should make cuts, you should be joining us to demand we actually know what is being cut. And if we do this the right way, the bipartisan way, we would know, because we would be writing the bill. We would. Now, doesn't that sound a lot better than just passing a Pandora's box and finding out later what got cut? Finally, I've said this before several times, but I want to warn my colleagues once again. If you keep going down this path, you're going to further undermine our bipartisan process. We have never before seen bipartisan investments slashed through a partisan rescission package. Do not start now. Not when we are working at this very moment in a bipartisan way to pass our spending bills. As I said earlier, bipartisanship doesn't end with any one line being crossed. It erodes. It breaks down, bit by bit, until one day there is nothing left. Sure, a few members may be willing to stick it out and work as hard as they can to get a result, but this Senate doesn't work doesn't work off a few members. It works off consensus building. And the more bridges you burn, the fewer paths you leave to get things done. So, Mr. President, why go down this partisan path? Why vote to spend the next many weeks considering more and more of these packages? And why do it for a set of cuts that are so damaging, a set of cuts many of you have concerns with? We are at the table right now, the Appropriations Committee. Right now, we are writing bipartisan spending bills, and we absolutely can and will discuss bipartisan rescissions. Why don't you all join us? Make the work easier, instead of making that work harder by passing this bill and setting a very painful new precedent. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose this partisan rescission bill because it represents a complete surrender of Congress's power of the purse, one of the singular responsibilities under the United States Constitution. It will hurt America's standing in the world also, and finally, and tragically, it will cost lives. We are considering this package at a time when the Trump administration has frozen congressionally enacted funds, illegally impounded funds, and threatened to cancel unspent funds at the end of the fiscal year. Now, the administration is back asking Congress to ratify even more cuts of programs that we agreed to on a bipartisan basis, and in many cases was signed into law by President Trump. I know that many of my Republican colleagues recognize the danger this proposal represents beyond its devastating cuts, yet few are willing to oppose it. The Trump administration claims it has found over $9 billion in wasteful spending at the State Department and the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. And it points to some seemingly egregious examples of frivolous spending. Now, I won't defend outrageous waste of taxpayers' dollars. No one should or could. And if we were just voting on the examples some of my Republican colleagues like to highlight, I suspect that kind of bill would get bipartisan support. But the longer the administration's examples of waste are scrutinized, the more it seems that they may be exaggerated or even fabricated. Indeed, according to a New York Times report yesterday, the Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vogt, his testimony that $9.3 million was spent, quote, to advise Russian doctors on how to perform abortions and gender analysis, close quote, was patently false in almost every respect. Even if we accepted all the administration's examples of waste as gospel, they don't total up to anything close to $9 billion. But these cuts, if we approve them, will come from somewhere. As Senator Murkowski pointed out last night, we have been given big, broad categories where funding might be cut, but the administration won't tell us which specific spending they plan to terminate. That was evident in last month's Appropriations Committee hearing with Director Vogt, who simply evaded my colleague Senator Schatz's reasonable questions about what specific programs he would cut. The attitude he displayed was, don't worry, you pass this bill and we'll find the waste and get back to you later. That's not the way to run a government or a company or anything else. And make no mistake, the likely decisions by OMB and the Trump administration are likely to be as bad as they are ill-informed. We've seen this repeated and repeated. Doge, Elon Musk making statements of the billions he saved, et cetera, and discovering that those billions evaporated quickly under analysis. Discharging people, unnecessary people, then within days calling them back. That was the case with the National Nuclear Security Administration. Again, not thoughtful analysis and practical programs, just slash and burn. This bill will eliminate close to $1.1 billion in funding for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. This would not simply affect funding for National Public Radio and National PBS. It will result in funding cuts for local stations like Rhode Island PBS and the Public's Radio, which lose about 10% of its funding if this bill passes. And the same story will play out in every state and with independent local news and civic discourse taking the heat just because of the president's command to the majority party. And that is the flavor, really, of public radio because it is so decentralized. Stations in Kansas are carrying local news, local personalities, local issues the same way in Rhode Island. That'll be lost. But this bill is also likely to eliminate funding for educational tools. And the wake of the deadly flooding in Texas and elsewhere,
we do a little trolling. It's called
really
we do a
want
little
to
trolling.
support a package that cuts funding for emergency alerts. The bill would also cut $7.9 billion from the kind
do a
of
little
global
trolling. It's
assistance
called we do a
programs
little
that are
trolling.
crucial to our national security and our efforts to compete with China economically and diplomatically. These programs are also the embodiment of American idealism and morality. As Catholic Relief Services wrote, and I quote, if passed, these recessions will directly impact the United States' ability to protect human life and promote human dignity, to advance U.S. and global peace and security, and to foster economic development that benefits U.S. taxpayers and people living in poverty around the world. And that's from the Catholic Relief Services. The cuts on the table also include $500 million from global health programs, which could affect efforts that have successfully slowed the spread of infectious diseases, along with cuts to life-saving humanitarian assistance. One proven program that could see drastic cuts under this rescissions package is the disbursement of ready-to-use therapeutic food, or RUTF. RUTF is a specialty product to treat severe malnutrition in children and could be impacted by the proposed cuts to UNICEF included in this package. Unfortunately, we have already seen this administration's disregard for the life-saving treatment provided by RUTF. Edesia Nutrition, a key manufacturer of RUTF, is based in Rhode Island, and it has been forced to curtail production and delay shipments of life-saving therapeutic food, which has sat in warehouses unable to get to children who need it because of the Trump administration's needless slow walking. If OMB really cared about waste, it wouldn't have this food aid and millions of tons of wheat and other crops sitting and rotting rather than distributing it to children who need it to survive. These are products made by American workers using domestically produced food to prevent millions of children from starving to death. And funds for RUTF have been included in appropriations bills on a bipartisan basis under both Republican and Democratic majorities and administrations for years. Also included in this bill are $1 billion in cuts to UN contributions and $4.9 billion in cuts to international economic and developmental assistance, and it threatens funding for global democracy. These international assistance programs are not just helping people in developing nations, they also provide an outside value to the United States, building the soft power and credibility that makes us a leader on the international stage and helps us confront our major adversaries. If we eliminate these programs, we will be ceding that authority to China and Russia, who would like nothing more than to displace the United States' global leadership position. Indeed, if my colleagues truly want to improve the UN, they need to recognize that every time the U.S. steps back from an international organization, the Chinese swoop right in, gaining goodwill and advantage and leverage on critical problems. We are not part of the law of the sea because we have not ratified that treaty. China is, though. And we talk about precious, rare minerals that are in the ocean. Guess who's going to be deciding how those are allocated, what are the rules of extraction, et cetera? Not us, because we're not part of that international organization, but the Chinese certainly will have influence. These cuts are short-sighted.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
To paraphrase the former Secretary of Defense, an outstanding Marine, Secretary of Defense Mattis, if we don't fund these soft power and diplomatic programs, then we need to buy more ammunition. In fact, we need to buy more ammunition anyway, but if we don't fund these programs, we won't be afford to buy all the ammunition we need. I oppose this package on the basis of both its contents and what it would mean for the future of bipartisanship in this chamber and congressional power of the purse. Let me be clear. With this vote, we are surrendering our constitutional responsibilities and authorities to the executive. We are indeed close to violating our oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Too close for comfort. And I would urge my colleagues to reject this. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong opposition to the President's request that Congress take away money for public broadcasting and for our own security in foreign assistance that had already been passed and signed into law on a bipartisan basis with a Republican-led House, a Democratic-led Senate at the time, and worked out all the details. Yes, compromises, not a dirty word, made. And now look what's happening. And this clawback doesn't just eliminate funding for, say, NPR, PBS. The primary impact of that part of the funding cuts is going to be on local radio and TV. 1,500 local public media stations across the country that receive 70% of this funding, jeopardizing these stations that provide local community services. Stripping this funding is an attack on these local stations, yes, but it is the communities. I know, because I know some of my communities that rely on these stations. Grand Marais, Minnesota, the very tip of our state, the tip of Minnesota. Do you think all these other stations are covering the Canadian wildfires hourly? They do, because of the smoke, and people need to know the air quality when they're making decisions about what they're going to do that day or the next day. Do you think people know when on Highway 61 there's a tree over the road, or there's been a deer that's been hit by a car and No, they hear it on WTIP. Or in Bemidji, Minnesota, which has had some really, really difficult storms lately that took down so many structures and houses. They are able to get the kind of news that they need on that station. Their newspaper is now, for the most part, online, and so they need these TV and radio stations that give them the information that they need. I've had several Republicans from my state write me, former state legislators who are on the boards of these TVs. They also view it as a way of the local TV station in Austin, Minnesota. The former Republican leader in the state Senate is on the board. I visited with him recently when I was down there, and this is the place in Austin, Albert Lee area near the Iowa border, where they're able to get their unique news that gathers people together, that brings them together. And then there's the emergency alerts. Earlier this month, we were tragically reminded of the importance of this. Texas, New Mexico, the fires in Arizona. We rely on this information in local communities to know what to do and what's safe. This isn't a partisan issue. 77% of Republicans and 78% of Democrats report relying on public radio for emergency alerts and news. That's part of the reason why for a half a century we have agreed on a bipartisan basis in the U.S. Senate to invest in public broadcasting. Yet now, congressional Republicans are using a partisan process to rubber stamp the president's unchecked power and rip away these resources, despite the fact that the American people support this on a 2-to-1 margin. I think about these stations in Duluth, in Granite Falls, in Austin, and every week, 20 million people across the country actually listen to radio programs that were started out of our local Minnesota Public Radio, maybe Prairie Home Companion. They're listening to some of those former broadcasts, and they make them smile, and they make seniors feel happy when they're alone in the assisted living. Or maybe Marketplace, that also started in my state.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
The facts. They're able to get news about what's happening with the economy and interesting stories. I think a constituent of mine said it best. Public media serves us in many ways. We live in the middle of the country. We only watch PBS and listen to public radio, which provides local news coverage, arts programs, and thoughtful discussions on a wide variety of topics, in their words, without loud argument or obnoxious advertising. It provides information on local disasters, such as we recently experienced here in Bemidji. That's where Paul Bunyan is from, or that's where the statue is. Because of the reporting done on that devastating event, we were able to learn what was happening to the people and how we could help. We must support these vital resources that give voice to important local issues. In addition, the reckless cuts to foreign aid Foreign aid and development assistance play a critical role in promoting U.S. economic and national security by stabilizing volatile regions and decreasing the likelihood of U.S. troops being sent into battle. Helping our friends and allies, yes, it's the right thing to do, but it's also smart for us to do at home. I have, with Republican members of our congressional delegation in Minnesota, stood up together at press conferences to make sure we keep sending foreign aid, this is in the last 5 years, to Somalia, because we know the threat if we just close our eyes to what our terrorist forces trying to go up in leadership and take over regions of these countries, we know what happens. But if we just turn our back, you're going to find out what does happen. And it's not pretty, and it is not good for the United States of America. And it's certainly not good in our back and forth that we have with China and China's continuing investment in other parts of the world, whether it is infrastructure in Africa or sending food to countries in need. This rescission would also weaken our global health programs. These programs not only show humanitarian leadership, they also keep us safe. You can't just put your head in the sand and hope that Ebola doesn't come your way, which we were able to at least limit its horrific spread by the work that we did overseas. Or bird flu, we've seen what happened there. Or what's happening right now in the southern border with screwworm. We are having this debate as we are seeing the grave results of dismantling USAID. In the midst of an intensifying war in Ukraine, the rescission would also drastically cut funding from the account that provides economic assistance to our partners. You think about the president's work in the Mideast, and the potential for extending the Abraham Accords and the potential for a peace deal there, well, that is not going to be helped if we cut off the foreign aid to some of our only allies that are in the region, countries like Jordan. Foreign aid is about demonstrating leadership and compassion, but it is also about security. To conclude, as a daughter of a newspaperman, I know how important public media and the free press are to strengthening our democracy. Hacking away at public broadcasting and international aid is not just short-sighted, it's dangerous. These investments are relatively small in cost, yet immense in impact. They strengthen our country and strengthen our leadership. And we ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to look at what this means for our role in the world. We have 3 independent branches of government. We have a process that, just as Senator Murray is here, that Senator Collins and Senator Murray showed just last week, can be bipartisan, where we agree on budget amounts going forward. We have the power of the purse. We're Article 1 in the Constitution, and we better show our power instead of just being rolled and being members over there who are rubber stamping this president. Stand up and do your job. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, it all started with the stroke of a pen. Within hours of taking office in January, the president signed what can only be called a death sentence to millions of people all over the world. Executive Order 14169 simply read, quote, "It is the policy of the United States that no further United States foreign assistance shall be dispersed in a manner that is not fully aligned with the foreign policy of the President of the United States," end quote. The order directed a 90-day pause in payments while foreign assistance was reviewed. But it became clear that this was not a process for reviewing or reforming programs. It was the beginning of the end. A wholesale destruction of the enterprise from top to bottom, in defiance of the law and of logic. Presidents can save lives. They can also cost lives. And while almost every president has chosen to do the former, Donald Trump, aided by a band of loyalists and ideologues, has chosen instead to inflict death and disease and starvation on the world's most vulnerable. We used to be the indispensable nation that people around the world counted on for help. People would see the American flag, whether on the side of a truck or a sticker on a food parcel, and think, the good guys are here. Help is coming. But not anymore. We are causing death now. We are spreading disease now. We are deepening starvation now. And it's not because it's saving us huge sums of money or because saving lives somehow stopped being in our national interests. All of this suffering and misery is because a few people were hell-bent on ransacking the government and tearing down whatever it is that they didn't like or they didn't understand. To hell with the consequences. To them, the lives lost are just the cost of doing business. Move fast and break things is the ethos of Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. But when you move fast and you break things in the United States Agency for International Development, tens of thousands of people perish. So let's start with how we got here. Following Trump's executive order, Secretary Rubio and Peter Marocco, the new director of the State Department's Office of Foreign Assistance, issued a stop work order on all 6,200 grants and contracts worldwide. They also ordered an immediate pause on new foreign assistance spending. That meant that partners who had already completed work were not getting paid. Contracts that had already been signed couldn't be executed. Days later, Morocco, along with a bunch of DOGE staffers, including a 19-year-old and a 23-year-old, physically barged into USAID and forced dozens of senior career officials to be put on leave over so-called insubordination. These people were just doing their jobs. His issue seemingly was with payments that had been approved before the executive order.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
And were then making their way through the USAID payment system. Nevertheless, the career civil servants were escorted out of the building and locked out of their emails. Anyone who dared to push back or speak up was sidelined, including the acting administrator, who was pushed out to make way for Morocco to become deputy administrator. As he and his team looked for not just savings or efficiencies, but, quote, what they called viral abuse that would be easy to mock out of context, Fox News stepped into the breach to help. For days on end, their chyrons blared, Viper's Nest, USAID accused of corruption long before Trump administration took aim. More ridiculous USAID spending repealed. Elon purged DC's slush fund. As the smear campaign kicked into overdrive, DOGE locked out all of the agency's employees, including those working in conflict zones, from their phones and emails. And in early February, Musk tweeted, quote, USAID is a criminal organization. Time for it to die. Days later, after carrying out the destruction, he wrote, we spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. And just like that, one of the United States' primary instruments of soft power over the last 60 years, which has done everything from curing diseases to thwarting terrorism, was decapitated overnight. USAID's success in moral, political, economic, and security terms was made possible by scores of public servants who felt a responsibility to alleviate suffering, even if that meant putting themselves in harm's way. But in the end, it was torn down by a bunch of crazed ideologues who saw foreign assistance as an easy target to test drive their project of crippling the government. Perhaps abolishing the health department or the VA in the first few weeks was a bridge too far, but here was money going to help people in, as Madeleine Albright used to say, faraway places with hard-to-pronounce names. And no matter how much good it was doing for the people whose lives were saved and communities were built, but also for our national security, none of that mattered when all you had to do was make up some lies to justify the vandalism. It's been only a few months and already the loss of USAID and its critical work around the world has been catastrophic. More than 360,000 people have died as a result of the cuts. 360,000 deaths. And so I will be damned if I let a pundit or a Democratic strategist or a Republican strategist tell me that the American people signed up for allowing 360,000 people to die on purpose. For what? Deficit reduction? And to Patty Murray's point, 2 weeks ago they just blew up the deficit by trillions of dollars. The amount of money that it takes to save a starving child or to prevent the transmission of HIV/AIDS from mother to child is minuscule. And we do this because we're the good guys. And we do this because it's cheap. And we do this because when we need something from a friend in a foreign land, they think of us well because we're always on the scene to be helpful. These are not hypothetical or distant outcomes. We are no longer arguing about what might happen in the future. We are talking about what is happening across the planet right now. People are dying right now, not in spite of us, but because of us. We are causing death. We have gone from being the good guys, flaws, mistakes, and all, to being a conduit for death and sickness and hunger. A 10-year-old boy named Peter in South Sudan had contracted HIV from his mother at birth. His parents died while he was young, but medication through PEPFAR kept him alive. That was until February, when, without access to medication, Peter fell severely sick and later died. The health outreach worker who had cared for him said simply, if USAID would be here, Peter would not have died. A pregnant woman in a Liberian village hemorrhaged and began to bleed heavily while in labor. But without gas, because of funding cuts, USAID ambulances stood idle, unable to help. And despite her neighbor's best efforts to carry her 10 miles on foot through the jungle to the nearest hospital, she died mid-journey along with her unborn son. Dorcas, a 10-year-old in Zambia, had gotten so used to her routine of taking HIV medication every night with her mom that she was confused when it ran out a few months ago. Her mom recounted, quote, in the past week she'll open up the tin and find that it's empty. She'll run down to the clinic and go check if she can collect her medication, and she'll come back and say, oh, you're right, the clinic is closed. They're not there anymore. In Sudan, which has been ravaged by war and gripped by famine, a mother watched 2 of her children under the age of 3 wither from malnutrition and die after a soup kitchen that had been supported by USAID closed overnight. Days before he died, the older of the 2 children had asked for porridge. Quote, I told him, we don't have any wheat to make that, his mother recalled, adding that the soup kitchen's daily meal, which the family had shared, was a godsend. A mother in Nigeria worried about how she would keep her infant alive, having just lost the other twin to malnutrition in the wake of funding cuts. A peanut paste, a supplement that had been paid for by the American Foreign Assistance, had been used to treat her newborns for malnutrition. She wondered about how she'd feed her child, and she said, I don't want to bury another child. There are thousands and thousands of gut-wrenching stories just like this from every corner of the planet, with newborns and children and families and communities, and this is only what's happened in the last few months. Just imagine what's going to happen if we codify these cuts. We are not going to prevent every death. We know that. We're not going to be able to feed every child. We understand that. We cannot feasibly help every community that needs help. We accept that. But this is something different altogether. This is knowingly and willingly and needlessly inflicting horrific suffering on millions and millions of the most vulnerable people alive anywhere on the planet. And for what? To save money? The idea that any of this is about finding savings while at the same time Republicans are exploding the national debt by $4 trillion to cut taxes for billionaires just doesn't pass the smell test. And to top it all off, the administration is about to incinerate, is about to light on fire, is about to incinerate 500 metric tons of food aid because they let it expire while sitting in a warehouse for months. They are lighting
We do a
food
little
on
trolling.
fire.
It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
They lit food on fire.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Food grown in the United States, manufactured in the United States, to be sent out to the most vulnerable people on the planet with a sticker with the United States emblem on it. And making America great again apparently is doing all of that and then letting it rot in a warehouse and then incinerating it. What the hell are we doing here? You want to have a conversation about debt and deficits. You want to have a conversation about aligning our foreign policy better. You want to have a conversation about whether or not the State Department, not the USAID agency, should have been funding operas and cultural enterprises in foreign countries. Fine, we can have that conversation. But I dare you to justify lighting food on fire. It wasn't so long ago that a Republican senator stood on this very floor talking about those in his party who claimed that cutting foreign aid was an easy way to save money. Quote, a lot of times people will say, well, cut foreign aid. But foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget. Foreign aid can make a difference when properly used. And if you ever have a chance, travel to the African continent and you will meet people who are alive today because the American taxpayer-funded antiviral HIV medications kept them alive. It is not easy to radicalize people who are alive because of the American taxpayer. That was Secretary Rubio as Senator Rubio. Why is this happening at all? I worry that there is a very specific and rather dark view about what the United States is capable of. It's a view of our military, it's a view of our economic power, it's a view of our cultural power, and it's a view of our moral authority, which is the best path forward as we decline is to lock it down, is to not engage with the world, is to not project power militarily, culturally, economically, morally. We are going from the indispensable nation. And by the way, this is a real thing. If you ever do foreign policy trips, people hang on the words of United States senators who sit on the
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
First among equals. People want to know, what's the United States doing? What's the United States doing? It doesn't matter what the issue is. It could be fighting malnutrition, it could be economics and trade, it could be military strategy. Everyone wants to know, what's the United States doing? You know what has changed in the last 6 months? They're moving on from us. They're not waiting to hear what the United States is doing. They've seen what the United States is doing. In Trump 1.0, we could basically be reassuring and say, we'll be back, don't worry, we're going through a rocky time. Now, China is in the breach. China has stepped up. It's not just that America's retreat is bad for us. It is really good for China. It is great for Russia. It's great if you're Hungary. The Kremlin was nearly instantaneous with its praise, calling the dismantling of the foreign aid enterprise a smart move. Autocrats in Hungary and El Salvador also celebrated U.S. aid's demise. Now, there's a basic principle in political campaigns, which is if you are doing something that your opponent loves, you may want to reconsider whether it's a good strategy. The moment we did this, all the bad guys were like, very smart, good job, we're very happy for you, excellent. China has seized this opportunity with a little more specificity because they have the opportunity to step into this role. They are working on child nutrition and landmine clearing in Cambodia, health and education in Nepal, disaster response in Myanmar, climate resilience in Mongolia. And it doesn't take a great deal of imagination to understand what this will look like in a few years' time. China will become the partner of choice for countries big and small all around the world. It will have increased its funding to global bodies like the World Health Organization, enabling it to win leadership posts and rewriting the rules in its favor. And we will have facilitated that process. So that's the background. Now let's talk about the specifics of what's in this package. And this point, I want to make really clear, and I made this point in the Appropriations Committee. There were a bunch of controversial programs that precipitated this effort to cut U.S. aid. 2 points to be made. One, the total dollar amount of all the controversial programs was like in the $100 to $200 million range. That's number one. Number two is all of those programs were discontinued. This is a budget that was enacted in March. This is Trump's budget. This is Trump's State Department. This is Trump's U.S. Agency for International Development. And so there is not a single thing that was on that Fox Chiron that Marco Rubio is continuing to do. So this rescissions package doesn't have any of that stuff. And by the way, some of my Republican colleagues who understandably weren't super engrossed in the details, I had to send them a line by line of what these rescissions do, and they're sitting there going, where's the opera in Ecuador? Where's the cultural exchange program or the parade in South Africa? Where's all the goofy sounding stuff? And the answer is, a lot of that stuff was made up in the first place, but even if you stipulate to the idea that there was inappropriate spending, it's literally not in this package. What's in this package is stuff that I wouldn't say every, 90 out of 100 of us have asked for. And what do I mean by that? I mean, as the ranking member of the State and Foreign Ops Subcommittee, basically as a chair or ranking member of any of the subcommittees, you get a bunch of letters from your colleagues saying, this program's important to me, could you please take care of it in the coming appropriation cycle? And so now these letters are private, and I will protect the confidentiality of these interactions, but suffice it to say, a lot of the people voting for the rescissions are also privately asking for me to fund the thing that they are defunding. So this is all about the momentum that came from Doge and Trump and some tweets and some animus, real animus, to the foreign aid enterprise. So let's go through.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
$4.15 billion for economic support and development assistance. Our economic and development assistance is not charity.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
It is for countering the influence of the People's Republic of China or promoting regional stability. This work is in our economic.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
This administration disagrees with some of the projects pursued by the previous administration. The good news is they have
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Reprogram the money. Like if we're doing a program, I don't want to name a country because it'll have foreign policy implications. If we're doing a program in a country,
little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
This administration says, you know, that's not as important. They don't have to rescind the money. They can reprogram it to China or Russia or Ukraine or whatever it is. They have that flexibility. What they are saying is they want less money to counter foreign influence. $563 million for treaty dues. Now, we're members of organizations with whom we disagree. That's kind of the deal, right? Because if we want to be in an international forum, even arguing for our interests, even arguing against other countries or being frustrated with the body with which we're interacting, we have two choices. We can either participate, or if we don't pay our dues, we relegate ourselves to something called observer status, which basically means we're on the outside looking in. In order to get in the room, you got to pay your dues to the relevant organization. And that is what we're doing here. We're rescinding all the funds to all of the payments to all these international organizations. Why? Not because it's in our foreign policy interests. It's actually not. But because a bunch of ideologues don't actually understand how foreign policy works. And that's the thing here. You can have a different view under whatever it is to have an America first foreign policy. But this isn't that. This is just vandalism, right? I'm not having a disagreement with Jim Risch about how hawkish to be or how much to prioritize global health versus something else. We're just literally cutting off our nose to spite our face because what they want is vandalism to the enterprise. The tools of foreign policy are being shredded. So this isn't about policy unless you think the policy is, I wish my State Department were weaker. I wish the tools in our toolkit were more limited. I wish our ability to prevent war and keep nations stable were less well-funded. I wish that the only tool in our toolkit was military might. And it is not a small thing that many former secretaries of defense have said something along the lines of, if you defund foreign aid, I'm going to need more ammunition. Because this is the cheapest way to prevent war. $500 million from global health programs. Now, the new Republican proposal protects some of those programs funded by this account, but it leaves out pandemic prevention, family planning, and work on a wide range of issues. $1.3 billion for migration and refugee assistance and international disaster assistance. This funding supports our efforts to help refugees and other displaced people in conflict zones around the world. You know, most of us at some point, out of the 100 of us, do some sort of CODEL, some sort of foreign travel. And this is the kind of stuff we visit. And this is the stuff on a bipartisan basis that we all nod approvingly about. It's great that we're doing this. It's great that we're providing this kind of assistance. And $1.3 billion for refugee assistance is being cut. And I'll tell you why. It's because it's got the word refugee in it. I mean, that's how they figured out what they wanted to cut, right? They ran word searches. Like, they're pretending it's some sophisticated AI. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But all they were doing was looking for words like gender, or looking for words like climate, looking for words like equity, looking for words like refugee. And if the program was named in such a way that it just used those words, it was out. Just totally preposterous. Our contributions to and participation in organizations like UNICEF is being cut. I mean, good luck explaining why you cut UNICEF. Because I can't, I'm pretty good at imagining what my political competitors on the other side of the aisle would say. But why did you cut UNICEF? Are you trying to pretend that some number of hundreds of millions of dollars to prevent starvation among children is gonna do the trick in terms of getting debt and deficits under control? Nobody actually believes that. Why are you cutting UNICEF? If this is about tightening our belts, why would you cut UNICEF? $460 million for the assistance for Europe, Eurasia, and Central Asia. This account funds a whole bunch of bipartisan foreign policy priorities, including energy security in Ukraine, that will be cut completely if this rescission is enacted. If there were programs under the previous administration that the current administration disagrees with, good news. They literally have the authority to reprogram those dollars. This is 2-year money. It doesn't actually have to be spent by the end of the federal
We
fiscal
do a little
year.
trolling.
They
It's
have
called we do a
pretty
little
good authority to reprogram it, but they don't want to reprogram it to something that they consider important. They want to shred the enterprise. $125 million for the U.S. Agency for International Development operating expenses. Now, this administration is illegally dismantling USAID and functionally merging it under the State Department. Here's the problem with this $125 million. And yes, it's admin expenses, and everybody, I've been in the nonprofit sector and I've been in the grant giving side, and nobody loves the idea of paying for administrative expenses, but I know for a fact the State Department didn't want this in the rescissions package, because now that they have merged USAID under the State Department, they literally don't have the money, and they've got to absorb a $125 million hit. $100 million for the transition initiatives and the complex crisis fund. This is flexible funding in contingency accounts that didn't expire, and the administration can program it in any way they want. $83 million for the democracy fund. $83 million. Promoting democratic values is directly in our interest, and supporting resistance to dictators. Resistance to dictators. We're cutting resistance to dictators. Good for us. Make America great again. Ronald Reagan will be proud. The party of cold warriors, the party that vanquished the Soviet Union, the party that claims a hawkish mantle is now saying, you know what? This thing, which is probably 0.00 whatever of the entire federal spend, and an even tinier amount of the debt and deficit of the United States, let's defund that, because it's none of our business if dictators maintain power. It's a real change in policy here. $27 million for the Inter-American Foundation. This provides small, cost-effective grants and technical support for locally led development projects. Strengthening stability and self-reliance in partner countries is in our interest. And this is another one that I get a lot of letters from these guys saying, please fund it. Dear Chairman Graham and Ranking Member Schatz, this program is super important, and would you please fund it in the next appropriation cycle? That's the private letter that we get. The public action is to rescind the money. $22 million for the African Development Foundation. The administration says the African Development Foundation's work is duplicative of the State Department's work. But the kind of grants and technical support that the African Development Foundation provides is not available through the State Department. $15 million for the United States Institute of Peace, a creature of statute, a creature of one of the first senators from the great state of Hawaii, Mr. Sparky Matsunaga. The through line between all of this is that there's no correlation between the rationale provided by the administration for these cuts and what's actually in the package. And I've talked to Eric Schmidt, with whom I have a reasonable, functional working relationship, but we're like talking past each other, because every time I talk about what's actually in this package, he pivots back to what's actually not in this package and starts naming line items of things that are not in the 8-page rescissions bill. This is not the BBB, which took, I forgot how, 11 and a half hours to read. This thing is 8 pages. You can go and see there is no line item for $1.8 billion for operas and festivals and underwater basket weaving and whatever else nonsense people wanted to characterize as the U.S. foreign aid enterprise. This is economic support funds. This is global public health. This is humanitarian assistance. This is helping our friends in Jordan and elsewhere to maintain the basic stability so that there is not a conflagration in a region. That's what's in this package. That is what's being rescinded from this package. I understand that there is some obligation as a party member to oblige the requests of this party's president. I get it. But we are still a system with separate and co-equal independent branches of government. The problem is, if you don't assert your authority, you don't functionally have it. So it's true that we hold the purse strings. It's true that we're the Article I branch. It's true that we're in charge of whether a bill passes or not. But I will tell you, the thing that is most alarming to me is not the bad policy outcomes. And there are terrible policy outcomes. The thing that is most alarming to me is that I have not yet seen in the last 6 months, in this final term of Donald Trump, what I saw in the first term of Donald Trump, which is quietly, not rudely, not provocatively, but occasionally, this branch of government on a bipartisan basis stood up for itself and those guys would say, look, we love you, Mr. Trump, we love you, Mr. President, but on this one, I can't be with you. And on BBB, I understand, like, it's very hard to reject the president's signature policy accomplishment. But this seemed like one where we could have gotten 4 no votes. This really did, to me, seem like one where it'd be a good opportunity to stand up to the president and just say, like, we're going to do the appropriating over here. Like, let me show you what Article 1 says and what Article 2 says, and we're going to defer to you on lots of matters, but not 100% of matters. And so my question is, if they're going to have the votes to enact this rescission package, when is it that Republicans are going to stand up for their own prerogatives? And why would you run for office? Would you put your family through all of that? Would you go through the difficulty of a campaign? Would you go through the difficulty of being a public figure and subject to scrutiny and criticism and all of the late nights and the kind of uncomfortable interactions and all that? It really is a sacrifice. It's certainly an honor, but it's also a sacrifice. Why would you do that if you don't get to make up your own mind?
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
I don't pretend to be able to get into the mind or the position of a Republican colleague of mine. I'm from Hawaii. It's different. But I do think that there's a point at which it's just not worth it to give this guy every single thing that he wants. And it would be important, and it will age well, and your family will be happy, and your staff will be secretly happy, at least some of them, if at some point you establish that there are some limits to the executive branch's power. I yield the floor.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about 2 subjects, the first of which is the vote that will begin here in about an hour and a half, and that's on this rescissions bill. I've indicated and I voted for the discharge petition and the motion to proceed last night. For those who may not know that process, voting for the discharge petition simply means that we took it out of committee. Voting for the motion to proceed simply means that we're now on the bill and we'll be considering amendments over the course of the next several hours to determine if we have member support to change the bill, to improve it from different people's perspectives. And I intend to vote for final passage at this time. I'm also looking at other amendments that maybe will make the bill better. But I also have to speak to the unique nature of this rescissions package so that we make sure that we get this right and we lay the groundwork for future rescissions. The only time that we've had a successful rescissions package in modern history was 1992. And that rescission, and by the way, for those who don't know what rescission is, it just simply means this funding will be cut. You will not be allowed to spend money in the administration. Well, in 1992, the successful rescissions package actually had significant cuts, but in every case, it had very detailed list of specific programs that were going to be cut. So then as members, when they proceeded in 1992, candidly, I wasn't even paying attention to politics back in 1992 at this level. But when they were proceeding with the rescissions package, they could look at a specific line item and come to the floor like we're going to do this afternoon and say, I don't like that line item. I'm going to see if I have enough support among my colleagues to take that one out. I'll end up voting for the rescission, but I want that out because I disagree that we should be cutting the funding. In an ideal world, that success in 1992 would have instructed the rescissions package we have before us today. But the reality is we don't have those details. I'm prepared to vote for this rescission package with the hope that I can trust those who are going to make the detailed decisions for about $7 billion of the total $9 billion rescission. About $2 billion of it is associated with National Public Radio, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. People have asked me, why wouldn't I try to vote on an amendment to cut that out? Because I believe that those organizations have drifted over time, that we probably at some point should provide funding to them, but I'm not going to fight that part of the rescission. It's at least we know exactly what it is. So members have to decide whether or not they're okay with it. I suspect we're going to find out there are some things that we're going to regret, some second and third order effects, and I suspect that when we do, we'll have to come back and fix it. Similar to what I'm trying to do with the bill I voted against a couple of weeks ago, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, that I think we're going to have to go back and work on. But the remainder of the rescissions package really is at the top level. We have no earthly idea what specific cuts will occur. But I'm willing to give OMB and the president the benefit of the doubt that there are going to be responsible cuts. There's two kinds of areas that I'm going to be focused on in particular. There's an area that could lay the groundwork for the administration to cut roughly $200 million from a Ukraine support program. It's not the military support program. I appreciate what the president's doing in terms of finally getting to a point to where we're going to sustain support for Ukraine. This happens to be a program that some believe, if it's cut, could harm some of the non-military aid that we're providing Ukraine. I share that belief. Now, I've been told as late as yesterday that will not be one of the cuts. And so I'm willing to move forward and vote on this bill on the assumption that that comes to pass. However, if we find out that some of these programs that we've communicated should be out of bounds, that advisors to the president decide that they're going to cut anyway, then there will be a reckoning for that. It won't be in this bill, but this is only a small bill. This is a $9 billion rescissions package, folks. We've been told that through DOGE, there should be $1 trillion or $2 trillion in savings. The reason why it's so important to get this rescissions bill right is because if confidences are betrayed with a $9 billion bill, do you really think you're going to have the support for wide open, trust us decision for future larger rescissions? In other words, if my confidence is betrayed here, then I won't vote for another rescissions bill unless we have that line item programming. But I'm willing to go through this exercise, and hopefully we can trust the administration to not go down the path that we've been assured that they won't, when they're given this broad ability to make up to about $7 billion in cuts. Now, some of them are obvious. People are going to say, well, tell us you're worried about, pick some sort of liberal program in some part of the world. Obviously, we're not. There's a lot of things that we can cut where scope creep or fraud or abuse exists. But ladies and gentlemen, some of these programs will have life impacts. I was in Kenya, in Nairobi, outside of Kenya. I was at a Sudanese refugee camp a couple of months ago. And what struck me in this refugee camp were these American signs in a maternal ward with children that had distended bellies. They had flies crawling all over them, expectant mothers sick. And they were thankful that they had that condition to bring their children to and to potentially get support for expectant mothers. They were thankful for those conditions that we would find abominable in this country, and they were willing to give the United States credit to give them those conditions. Those are the kinds of programs that I am imploring the administration to not touch when given the broad authority that they'll get with this bill. Because if they do, it could be the end to billions of dollars that we could potentially rescind if we don't do one of two things in this bill. Number one, get this authority and cut programs like I just described in Kenya or Ukraine. Or get this authority and betray a confidence with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in a spending decision that was used to fund the government. We've got this year-end appropriation that we have to work on, September 30. We got to fund the government. Now, how likely is it that Democrats are going to come with us? The only way we can fund the government is to get at least 7 Democrats to vote with us at the end of September 30, or we could go into a shutdown. If I'm a Democrat and you're trying to get me to vote and get to a 60-vote threshold to fund the government, and you've just betrayed a prior agreement and a prior appropriation, what are the likelihood that they're going to do that? So if we don't get agreement, if I see any rescissions that are betraying a confidence that we as U.S. senators made to get the government funded, that's going to be a problem for me in the next rescissions bill. Now, somebody may say I'm showboating or doing something else by coming to the floor and doing this, but folks, I'm trying to protect this administration from itself in terms of future decisions that will make our job more difficult to govern here. I want the president to be successful with these rescissions packages. I want the people advising him to know how they execute will determine whether or not President Trump is ultimately successful. So, Mr. President, that's all I have to say about that, but I do have a brief comment before I relinquish the floor, and I apologize to my friend and colleague from New Hampshire. There's been some talk about potentially firing the Fed chair. And I think probably people need to be educated on how the Fed really only has 2 things that they need to do. They need to keep unemployment low, and they need to manage inflation. It's called the dual mandate. Now, some people may actually think that Chair Powell just has broad authority to set policies around that, and that by firing him or replacing him, then everything's good. That person can make good decisions that a given administration likes. Folks, there's something called the FOMC, which has 12 voting members and 7 members that come into the discussion when we're talking about policies around rates. 12 of them have to vote for a rate increase to occur. No one person, including the chair, can influence that unless there's a consensus. So if anybody thinks that firing Chair Powell is going to change their focus and their method on the dual mandate, simply they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know how this whole process works. And I hope they do. Because the consequence of firing a Fed chair just because political people don't agree with that economic decision will be to undermine the credibility of the United States going forward. And I would argue if it happens, you're going to see a pretty immediate response. And we've got to avoid that. Look, I've had problems with Chair Powell. But at the end of the day, I respect him and I respect the independence of the Fed. And if anybody thinks that it'd be a good idea for the Fed to become another agency within the administration subject to whatever the president's advisors want them to do, they're making a huge mistake, and they really need to study how that process works. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today as we consider a rescission package that would cancel billions of dollars in foreign assistance. It would make permanent the cuts that were carried out by DOGE earlier this year. That was when this administration gave Elon Musk the authority to put American foreign aid programs through the wood chipper. They justified those cuts by saying they would save money. But here we are, 6 months later. Not only have they passed a reconciliation bill that increases the national debt by more than $3 trillion, that shifts the financial burden to state and local governments. In New Hampshire, there is going to be a massive cost shift because of the passage of that bill. And for all the talk about saving money, I don't think DOGE has saved a dime. Earlier this spring, CBS News reported that the federal government has spent $200 billion more in its first 100 days this year than it did last year. And according to the Partnership for Public Service, DOGE's cuts could cost American taxpayers as much as $135 billion this year alone. And this rescissions package is no better. And the substitute that we've seen so far is a gimmick. It claims to preserve funding for global health programs like HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis, for agricultural research, for the Countering PRC Influence Fund, but it doesn't actually restore those funds. So a vote for the substitute is a vote to cut critical foreign assistance programs. And one thing is clear. While American diplomacy and foreign aid amount to less than 1% of our federal budget, the return on that investment delivers real dividends to American consumers and American businesses. As you can see, U.S. development assistance supports more than 100,000 U.S. jobs. This week, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee minority released a report that highlights what cutting these programs does. This is the report, Mr. President. I think you've seen it in the committee. It's called "The Price of Retreat: America Cedes Global Leadership to China." What has been done in these foreign assistance programs helps China expand its influence. Through research and staff travel and meetings with NGOs and foreign officials, the report shows that the Trump administration's cuts to the State Department, to foreign assistance, and to other programs directly threaten our national security and our prosperity. They severely undermine our ability to compete with our main adversary, China. And they do that both in the national security space and in the economic space. You know, Secretary Rubio said at his confirmation hearing that, and I quote, "the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted is China." It's true. The People's Republic of China presents the United States with a strategic challenge that is distinct from any in our nation's history. While our competition with China often seems distant from the United States, the reality is the outcome of this competition is deeply tied to our economy, to our security, and to our lives here at home. Because whether we're combating unfair trade practices and the theft of intellectual property, or we're stopping the flow of fentanyl into our communities, or protecting Americans from spying and cyber attacks, or helping U.S. companies stay ahead in developing batteries, electric vehicles, and AI, the stakes are very high. and the threat to our prosperity and our security is real. I don't think most Americans want to live in a world where the Chinese Communist Party is driving the agenda. But instead of strength and focus, what we've seen from this administration is a chaotic, haphazard retreat.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Excuse me. Oh, they talk a good game on the danger that China poses, but actions speak louder than words. And when it comes to confronting Beijing, this administration has no consistent message and no coherent strategy, and they are eliminating critical programs: disease surveillance and prevention, scientific research, disaster response, and now we just had a hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee, and we talked about this. The Trump administration is preparing to incinerate 500 tons of emergency food. 500 tons. And the cost of that food was $800,000. It's already been paid for by taxpayers. And it's going to cost another $130,000 to incinerate it. So talk about waste. That's enough food to feed 1.5 million children for a week. But thanks to chaotic and inept decisions, cutting funding, firing staff, gutting key programs, American taxpayers are going to foot the bill for this. And children are going to go hungry. These erratic, self-defeating policies are in stark contrast to what we're seeing from the Chinese Communist Party, which has been, sadly, very clear and deliberate in its strategy. Because the PRC is playing the long game. It's using tactics like disinformation, political interference, cyber attacks, and economic coercion. Within days of cuts to foreign aid programs, China was already labeling the United States as an unreliable partner. And within months, Beijing was replacing programs that we had cut. So look where we are today. We can look at the number of cuts to American embassies and consulates around the world. And while the administration proposes slashing America's international affairs budget by 84%, China is boosting its diplomatic budget by 8%. As we cut diplomatic staff and consider embassy closures, China operates one of the world's largest diplomatic missions with 278 missions. And while the U.S. shuts down networks like Radio Free Asia, China is spending billions on propaganda expanding into 80 new frequencies and more languages. Our first hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee at the beginning of this year was on China. And what we heard at that hearing was that the PRC in China is spending more than $1 billion a year on misinformation and disinformation campaigns. And what have we done in response? We've cut Radio Free Asia. We've cut those networks that provide information to the people who China is trying to manipulate. So while we're cutting counter-narcotics programs, China's working with Latin American countries to build law enforcement capacity. And as the administration moves to defund international bodies like the UN, China's pledged more than $500 million to the World Health Organization. And, you know, it's so crazy. The administration has been attacking universities like Harvard and saying that they are not going to allow them to include any international students. And what's Hong Kong doing on behalf of the PRC? They're offering places to talented STEM students who are looking to leave the United States. And while we threaten allies with tariffs, China's courting them across Europe, Asia, and the Western Hemisphere. In May, Xi Jinping hosted Brazil's president and other Latin American leaders and pledged more than $9 billion in investments. I was with a group of senators at the Paris Air Show earlier this year. It's an exhibition that highlights the latest in aircraft and aerospace and military aircraft. And when we met with our embassy officials, they told us that they saw the biggest presence ever from China at that exhibition, and that China has opened 3 new consulates in France, over 20 Confucius Institutes in France. So China's not just looking at Africa, at the Indo-Pacific, they're looking at countries that have been our traditional allies. And what's the administration doing? It's suggesting that it's going to close U.S. diplomatic posts in these same regions. China is eating our lunch when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to the investments that we need to make around the world. And yet, here we are today, we're considering a rescissions package that's going to further benefit the Chinese Communist Party. Leaders across the political spectrum, Democrats and Republicans alike, have agreed since I got to the United States Senate, and I thought the administration agreed with us, that the biggest threat to America's security, both economic and national security, is China, the People's Republic of China. We need to come together. We need to make sure that America doesn't retreat from the global stage. And the good news is that despite the cuts, despite the administration policies, there is still broad bipartisan agreement that American leadership on the global stage is essential, and that China's expanding global footprint makes us less safe and less prosperous. So to my colleagues here in Congress who are considering this rescissions package that will codify these cuts, remember this: it's not too late. We can move to reverse the damage that's been done in the first 6 months. We can preserve America's ability to lead, to compete, and to shape the future on America's terms, not on the terms of the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Sir, can I get?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 8 times since 1974, when Congress created the rescissions process, one party has controlled the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. 8 times. It's actually 4 times Democratic control and 4 times Republican control. 8 times one party had total control over the elements of the federal government necessary to pass legislation. And never before has either party done what Republicans are doing today: pass a partisan rescissions bill, double-crossing the minority party and canceling spending that just months before both parties shook hands on. Why? Why has this never happened before? Well, because this is just an old-fashioned double cross. It's a con job. Republicans and Democrats agreed on spending levels. First, in a bipartisan appropriations bill passed in March of 2023, and then again in multiple bipartisan continuing resolutions. When a party controls the White House and both houses of Congress, it always has the power to use the rescissions process to pull a fast one, to agree with the minority party on a budget, because the rules say that you need 60 votes to pass a budget, to get majority party priorities funded in exchange for funding minority party priorities, and then to use the rescissions process to just double-cross the minority by using that process, which only requires 50 votes, to just then cancel the minority party's priorities. That's immoral. It's unethical. Suckering your partner into a deal in which you get something and they get something, and then using the back door to cancel the part of the deal that you don't like. That's bad faith. It's why no party has done it since 1972. The power has always existed 8 different times. Either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party could have cut a bipartisan spending deal and then used the rescission's power to just cancel the parts of the deal they don't like, but it's never happened because it's bad faith, because it destroys the ability of the Senate to function in a bipartisan way. It's kind of like if you traded baseball cards as a kid and you made a trade with your best friend, and then in the middle of the night you snuck into his house and you took your cards back so that you had his cards and now you had your cards as well. Nobody would think that's right. But that's exactly what's happening here. It will become hard, maybe even impossible, and Senator Tillis laid this out very well, to write a bipartisan budget ever again, because the minority party now knows that they can get double-crossed. And believe me, if Republicans do this now, Democrats are going to do it when they're in charge. This will become the norm. Sit down, do a bipartisan deal, wink, wink, and then a couple months later, just cancel the agreement through a partisan rescissions process. And of course, this is now the 3rd time in 7 short months that the new Republican majority has made substantial, meaningful changes to Senate rules and norms. Senate Republicans created a brand new rule that massively expands their ability to invalidate actions of the previous Democratic administration. Just a couple weeks ago, Republicans walked away from decades of precedent on how Senate bills are scored, and they used new magic math to create a score that hid the actual cost of their budget bill. And now this double cross. But, Mr. President, this isn't just about breaking the Senate. That's actually probably the least serious consequence of what is happening here. The most serious consequence is what is happening to American power around the world as Donald Trump and Republicans, in part through this rescissions bill, destroy every single non-military tool that we use around the world to protect our interests. When I was like 8 or 9 years old, I collected G.I. Joe figures, and one Christmas, I remember being so excited because Santa Claus brought me the huge G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. It was awesome. I was obsessed with the military, like a lot of boys that age, the planes, the tanks, the ships. That's what I thought American power was, the U.S. military, period, stop. And of course, that's an 8-year-old view of the world. The world, as it turns out, is a lot more complicated. You need a lot more than just planes and tanks and ships to protect your interests. You need a powerful military. But adults, in particular adults who have any experience in national security, know that the octopus of global power has a lot of arms. Military might, but also information might, economic might, diplomatic might, energy might, humanitarian might. This revisions bill cancels billions of dollars in investments in non-military foreign policy tools. And it is part of a broader effort by the Trump administration to destroy almost every tool that protects American interests other than our military. Over the last 10 years, the defense budget has grown from about $502 billion to $825 billion. That's an extraordinary 10-year increase of about $323 billion. Over that same period of time, the State Department budget has grown from $54 billion to $56 billion, a $2 billion increase. Now, if you layer in emergency funds, that increase is more like $30 billion, but you are still talking about an increase for the military over the past 10 years that is 10 times the size of the increase for non-military tools. And this military myopia, it makes me remember my 8-year-old self, because it is so childish, it's so immature, it is so divorced from reality. Donald Trump's national security strategy, fund the military and destroy every other way that we confront Russia, China, Iran, non-state actors, it could have been constructed by an 8-year-old. It's that unsophisticated, and it really amounts to surrender. Because as we stop projecting non-military power around the world, China and Russia, but especially China, they just celebrate and step into the void. Secretary Rubio announced on March 10th that 83% of USAID programs would be terminated. Meanwhile, China just announced an 8.4% increase in its own diplomatic budget for 2025, committing $500 million additional dollars to the World Health Organization over the next 5 years. An organization that the United States no longer belongs to. As a result of our cuts standing next to China's investments in diplomatic power, China will surpass the United States this year for the first time as the largest bilateral assistance partner for 40 countries. China is now the power at the World Health Organization. They call the shots about the standards of global health and pandemic relief. China is now the preferred economic development partner for many nations. China is now the dominant force in standard-setting boards for global commerce. This is a choice the Trump administration is making to make China, and to a certain extent Russia in certain forums, the dominant power when it comes to economic statecraft, information statecraft, energy statecraft. Let me give you a specific example. Today, information is power. If you control information flows, man, you control politics, you control economics, you control culture. China spends about $7 billion a year to promote their communist narrative, to undermine U.S. leadership around the world and foster a China-friendly media environment globally. Russia, it's really hard to know how much Russia spends because they're not publicly reporting much of it, but they certainly spend at least $1.5 billion, but probably double that. And in many countries, Russia and China just control the information space. Russian-backed candidates win elections in countries on their periphery simply because of Russian information programs. Asian countries box the United States and U.S. companies out of economic competition because of Chinese information programs. And so, faced with China and Russia spending somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 billion, when the United States today is spending only a fraction of that amount of money, it would stand to reason that this would be a moment where we should come together, Republicans and Democrats, and dramatically increase our information warfare investments. But of course, we're doing exactly the opposite. Trump is in the middle of a purposeful, relentless campaign to destroy America's global information power. The Trump administration just shut down the Global Engagement Center. That is the capacity at the State Department to try to counter Russian and Chinese propaganda around the world. Gone, just gone. Global Engagement Center, bipartisan commitment, set up years ago by myself and Rob Portman, supported by Marco Rubio when he was a senator, now just doesn't exist any longer. The administration is dismantling the U.S. Agency for Global Media. That's the umbrella arm that oversees our information programs around the world. They laid off 92% of its staff. Voice of America, the Middle East Broadcasting Networks, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia, they are on track to disappear. The arm of the VOA that combats Iranian anti-American information, gone. 54 different radio frequencies operated by Radio Free Asia to counter Chinese anti-American propaganda, gone. At the same time, China is opening up 80 new radio frequencies in multiple languages, including in those regions where America is disappearing. We are handing the world to China and Russia by deciding to view American power only through a military lens. And this rescissions bill makes it worse by enacting billions of dollars of cuts to diplomacy, to economic development programs, likely to information programs, because we actually can't see the impact of all of these cuts. It's all surrender. China is throwing a blowout party as we disappear our non-military power from the world. Trump terminated tens of millions of dollars in projects to upgrade Africa's power grid. What did China do? They announced $50 billion of new financing for Africa. Africa, a place where the critical minerals exist to power AI and future defense systems. Africa, the part of the world whose economy is going to explode with opportunity, now opportunity that will go to Chinese companies, not American companies, as we withdraw our relationships with that continent as China steps into the breach. This revisions bill, standing next to Trump's destruction of all of our non-military foreign policy tools, it's surrender to our enemies. This bill is a double cross. It is. It's a double cross. It's going to harm our ability to ever be able to do a bipartisan budget process in the future. But even worse, this bill is surrender to our adversaries who are chomping at the bit to fill the void that we are creating by adopting the national security strategy of an 8-year-old boy.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it was just a few weeks ago right here on this Senate floor that our Republican colleagues on a straight party line vote cut millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars, back from investments in health care like Medicaid. And as a result, millions and millions of Americans are going to lose access to health care. And for what? All for a giant giveaway, tax giveaway that disproportionately benefits the very wealthiest in America. They called it the big, beautiful bill. It was beautiful if you're a billionaire. For everybody else, it came at your expense in one form or another. Now, here today on the floor of the Senate, we have Republicans bringing a partisan bill once again. This time to cut $9 billion in important investments, including from public radio and public television. And as my colleague, Senator Murphy, just indicated, from very important foreign assistance programs that are essential to American diplomacy and ultimately to American power and interests around the world. This is not America first. This is America in retreat, or President Trump surrendering. So, to add insult to injury, these cuts are coming after Republicans in this very body and the House of Representatives passed and President Trump signed into law provisions that included the very programs that we're talking about cutting today. In other words, this is a total switcheroo where one day Republicans vote for a package that includes essential investments, and the next day they turn around on a party line vote and erase the investments that were just signed into law. That will undermine the entire appropriations process. Now, I've been listening to comments from some of my Republican colleagues, and they say this is about reducing the national debt. Well, I am all for reducing our deficits and our debt. But I asked my Republican colleagues, if you really cared about fiscal responsibility and deficits in the debt, what happened 2 weeks ago on the floor of the Senate? Because Republican senators pulled all-nighters in order to pass legislation that resulted in the largest debt increase in American history, throwing away trillions of dollars to in part pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That bill that passed the Senate just 2 weeks ago will add $4 trillion to our national debt. Why is that? Because even after they made cuts to Medicaid, which will throw millions of Americans off their health care, even after that, the tax cuts that disproportionately benefit wealthy people were so big that it's still going to explode the deficit by $4 trillion. And now here they come 2 weeks later to pass this rescissions bill that cuts very important services and very important components of our foreign policy for $9 billion. Mr. President, that is 0.23 of 1% of the debt that the Republican senators voted to increase just 2 weeks ago. So nobody's fooling anybody when senators come down to the floor and say, we've got to do this because of our national debt, having exploded the national debt by $4 trillion just 2 weeks ago. And so what does this package include? Well, it includes cuts to public radio. That includes NPR, includes PBS, also public television is cut. So we explode the debt by $4 trillion 2 weeks ago, and this week we're coming after Big Bird. That is their solution to dealing with the national debt. If you look at the cuts to public radio, they can have very harmful impacts around the country. Because in many rural areas especially, people do use access to public radio to get alerts about natural disasters. So this would put those communities at risk, and this is part of a pattern. It's part of a pattern we're seeing in the funds being withheld by this Trump White House that we've already passed. Here we're talking about cutting funds through this partisan process, but the Trump White House is also unilaterally withholding important funds for disaster relief. We learned after the tragic flooding in Texas that claimed so many lives that FEMA failed to answer nearly 2/3 of the calls on its disaster assistance line because the Trump administration had cut so much of the FEMA staff. In my state of Maryland, a number of months ago, we witnessed terrible flooding in the western part of our state. In fact, some of you may have seen the images of elementary school students being evacuated from their school on boats. Fortunately, no one died in that flood, but the damage was extensive. And we're still waiting on the Trump administration to answer our state request for some help for those families and small businesses that were hit. Now, this is a pattern that goes beyond just disaster relief. In Maryland, we've also seen cuts to FEMA programs designed to protect communities and let them have the resources to put in place protections like higher walls so that they are not victims of natural disasters. Those funds were cut. So we see those cuts to those essential programs. We're also seeing this across the board when it comes to global health. And I'm not going to go through all of those cuts. Some of my colleagues have identified those. I will just say that our foreign assistance is not charity. Our foreign assistance, as colleagues have said, has been an essential element of our overall foreign policy. And if you talk to wise generals at the Defense Department, they will tell you that our national security and foreign policy strategy rests on three pillars. Yes, of course, defense and military power, but also diplomacy and development. And when you make these deep cuts that are impacting diplomacy and development, including, by the way, the 1,300 patriotic State Department employees who were just fired last week, when you do that, it's our adversaries who benefit, and it's the American people who lose, along with our allies. Because those are not giveaways, those investments. You know, if your neighbor's house is on fire, you don't just sit in your house and let your neighbor's house burn. You go help them out because they're your neighbor and it's the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do because that fire may be heading to your house next. And when it comes to issues like global health and the spread of disease around the world, it's the same story. We save millions of lives, including millions of kids' lives, when we help, but we also prevent those diseases from jumping over the oceans and coming to hurt people right here in the United States of America. But this administration doesn't care. If you look at a Lancet study, they've estimated that the cuts that the Trump administration is made in the area of global health and other important investments will cost 14 million lives by the year 2030, including 4.5 million children who will die. We just saw a story in Atlantic that revealed that the Trump administration is paying to incinerate, to light on fire, 500 tons of emergency nutritional biscuits that could go to feed hungry kids. So, Mr. President, I really urge my colleagues to take a step back and not move forward with these cuts. As I said, the notion that this is somehow their contribution to reducing our national debt when they exploded our national debt by $4 trillion over 10 years just 2 weeks ago is ludicrous. But I will close, since I see the vice chair of the Appropriations Committee on the floor, with just a final point that does deserve repeating, which is we've had a bipartisan appropriations process. We've done our very best to preserve that tradition. But when you take an action on one day and we vote on a bipartisan basis for important American priorities, whether in public radio or addressing global health issues, when we do that one day and the President of the United States signs that into law, and then we run down here a few months later and said, you know what, we didn't mean it with respect to these programs, and we, on a partisan basis, are going to yank them away, that undermines trust and confidence in this entire system. So both for the American people and the important investments that we did make and which they will now lose, but also for the future of this institution and the power of the purse, I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. And I yield the floor.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the following senators be permitted to speak prior to votes: myself for up to 10 minutes, Senator Cantwell for up to 10 minutes, Senator Murray for 5 minutes, and Senator Schumer for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Jesus wept. Jesus wept. Most of us who grew up in Bible-believing households know this is the shortest verse in all of Scripture, and in some ways, the most powerful. One that haunts me. Jesus wept in John the 11th chapter, 35th verse, because he had come too late, seemingly, to save the life of Lazarus. He wept because someone he knew and loved had died, and it had caused such harm and loss to his family. Today, we are doing something on this floor of this Senate. My Republican colleagues are doing something on the floor of this Senate that I believe would make Jesus weep. In Luke, there's a moment in the 10th chapter where a lawyer, and it's always a lawyer, comes to test Jesus. And trying to justify himself, presses Jesus with questions. What must I do to gain eternal life? And Jesus says, what does the scripture teach? And he says, you should love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind. And the second commandment is like unto it, you should love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus says, you have read well. Do this and you will gain eternal life. But the lawyer, hoping to be justified, says, but wait, who is my neighbor? And what follows is the well-known parable of the Good Samaritan, where the righteous, the priestly, the respected, the powerful walk on the other side of the road when they encounter someone who's been set upon by robbers. Not my problem, not my neighbor. But in the parable of the Good Samaritan, it's this person, a Samaritan, from a disfavored ethnicity, someone outside the circle of concern to the ancient Israelites who does the right thing. This parable would have been shocking at the time that it was preached by Jesus. The idea that the good neighbor was the outcast, the unexpected, would be something that frankly would have been a surprise. So although today being a good Samaritan is a common term, it's important to know the history. We are taught as children that we are to see all as our neighbors, not just those who live next door, not just those who look like us or speak like us or pray like us, but the widest possible definition of neighbor is what we are called through righteousness to see in the world. And what a difference it has made. Because our nation has for decades embraced the cause of being present, of caring, of making life-saving differences to young mothers and children, to widows and orphans, to the imprisoned, to the hungry, to the refugee, to those fleeing oppression, to those seeking relief from authoritarian governments, for those seeking a better way. We are all God's children, and from childhood we are taught that the golden rule, which appears in virtually every religion, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, is the very foundation of the goodness of America. That we care for each other as neighbors, and we care for the world as neighbors. Yes, we are the most charitable, giving, philanthropic, engaged nation on earth. And yet all that we do in foreign aid is 1%, less than 1% of our total federal budget. Months ago, when Elon Musk and Doge began roaming about the federal agencies of our government, their first target was that delivers disaster relief, that helps feed the hungry, that helps welcome the refugee, that helps stabilize countries going through turmoil. They laid off thousands, they shut down programs, they canceled billions. And yet here today, we are at it again. Republicans are proposing even deeper cuts. I want to talk about one area of the many that will be cut, I fear, later today. Disaster assistance. Our nation's been riveted as we've watched the tragedy that unfolded in the Texas Hill Country, where a raging river killed dozens and dozens of innocent children. And you know, around the world, when disaster strikes, it is the Americans who show up first. It is Americans who show up with relief, with assistance, with skill and talent and ability. It's been this way for decades, and it should be this way still. I was on a bipartisan trip to the Philippines just a few months ago with Senator Ricketts. And I was struck to learn that the Philippines, of all the nations on earth, is the most prone to natural disasters. They value our partnership, our alliance. We've been security partners for decades. There's many Filipino Americans. There's a close and deep relationship. But in meeting with their national leaders, their elected leaders, their senators and their ministers of their cabinet, they said, you know, it makes an incredible difference here in the Philippines. Every time there's a typhoon, there's an earthquake, there's a volcano, it's the Americans who come. It's the Americans who deliver the aid, who help us help ourselves with training and equipment and support. And you know, in the excess of DOJ's deep cuts, they fired and laid off most of our experts who are capable of delivering world-class disaster relief. We saw the consequences with an earthquake in Myanmar just 3 months ago, where the few remaining folks who did this work were laid off as they were deployed. And instead, the response was led by the Chinese. We are driving nations into the open arms of our adversaries. We have long been known as a nation that sought to be respected, admired, believed in, embraced, not for the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That when there were dread pandemics killing millions, America showed up. One of the positives of this day is that my Republican colleagues have recoiled from fully shutting down PEPFAR, and that is a positive. One of the best things we've ever done as a nation is to save 27 million lives across the world that otherwise would have been lost to HIV/AIDS. But I'll tell you, when Ebola raged across Africa in 2014, I was the one member of Congress who went to Liberia at the request of the president, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, a brave and proud leader of a nation struggling, facing massive losses of life. Projections at the early stages of the Ebola pandemic were that a fifth to a quarter of their population would die in a matter of weeks. And who came to help? The Americans. Catholic Relief Services, Save the Children, CARE, the U.S. military, our public health service. I'll never forget meeting a young Liberian named Alvin. He dropped out of college to become a physician's assistant to help when the outbreak began, and he, in caring for patients himself, contracted Ebola, a near certain death sentence. Yet Alvin was evacuated by Americans to the Ebola treatment center set up and funded and equipped by Americans, and his life was saved by Americans. Whether it was the president of the nation, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, or Alvin, the folks I met on that trip to Liberia thanked and praised the American people for our decency, our kindness, our seeing them as our neighbor in their moment of deepest struggle, risk, and loss. And yet today, my colleagues would rather trim 0.1% of the budget, $9 billion, to cut deeper into food aid and disaster assistance and fighting pandemics, all to justify a tax cut. I can think of few more despicable acts on this floor in my 15 years. I can speak to process. We have a bipartisan appropriations process where we can and should debate and consider these further cuts and put them on the floor and vote them up. But this is an odd thing. It's a rescission. It's a cutting back further of money we've already appropriated. Just a few minutes later today, I will be trying to get votes to end $465 million of further cuts in disaster assistance that'll be on the floor today. Taking money from the World Food Program and UNICEF, from Red Cross and Save the Children, from Catholic Relief Services and World Vision. Folks may think at home that this money that goes out to the world is money better spent here. But for the pennies on the federal dollar that we spend responding to disasters around the world, Organizations we all know and a majority of us believe in and support, like the Red Cross, World Vision, or Catholic Relief Services, are able to appear in time and deliver life-saving aid. Think about what we are doing. Think about the example we are setting. Think about what we are teaching our children. Open your hearts and eyes and realize what we are about to do. This is a nation of which I am so proud. And yet at times it does things of which I am so ashamed. I cannot imagine the faces in the refugee camps, in the villages, in the clinics, in the schools, in the towns, in the cities around the world, who for years have been used to the idea that when there's a pandemic, the Americans come. That when there's an earthquake, the Americans come. That when there is starvation, the Americans come. Today we will vote, no, we won't. We are more interested in ourselves and in a bigger tax cut than we are in saving starving children. People laid low by the devastation of an earthquake. Families separated by a typhoon. The best part of this nation, what truly makes us great, is our selfless giving to others. We will be judged by how we act today. For God's justice is swift and sure. And I tremble when I think about the answer this chamber will give today to the question, who is my neighbor? Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we should turn aside. We should not, with this act and this vote today, make Jesus weep. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are about to vote on this package, but I wanted to first make sure my colleagues understood that we are not just voting on whether local news stations shut down, or whether communities can get information in an emergency, or whether or not America retreats on the world stage and breaks its word, or whether or not we let children die of hunger and preventable diseases just to save a few pennies. All of that is at stake here, but there is a lot more at stake as well, like whether we allow partisan rescissions to cut bipartisan funds for the first time ever. Colleagues, to understand that, for the first time ever. Or whether Russ Vogt can steamroll this body, and whether Republicans will pass a bill of cuts when they don't even know what is in it. I mean, really, I have heard members complain to high heaven about not having time to read a bill before voting on it. Well, this is even worse. The administration has outright refused to tell us what will get cut if Republicans pass this bill. Even the Republican leader admits that. This is a Pandora's box of cuts. So what I want to leave my colleagues with is this. We are not just voting on the devastating cuts in this package. We are also voting on how the Senate is going to spend the rest of the year. Are we just going to do rescission after rescission? Because we know Russ Vogt is just itching to send us more. And if, as you have all seen throughout this process, and as we have seen at every hearing we have had with him, he doesn't care if you feel steamrolled. He doesn't care if you want more details. He doesn't care whether you want different cuts. So the vote before us right now is really about, do we, our elected representatives, all of us, want to write the laws and even consider targeted rescissions in those bills? Do we want to have time to move them on the floor, or do we want to spend every day, every week, here debating how much of the last spending bill to unravel and whose communities get robbed? This will not be a hard vote for me, and it really should not be a hard vote for any one of us. Mr. President, I am a strong no, and I hope all of our colleagues will join us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, in a few moments, we will begin voting on amendments to the Republican rescissions package. Let's start with the devastating consequences of passing this bill as written. The bill will starve local news and radio stations, so essential, particularly in rural areas, for people hearing about weather events. We learned the tragedy of untimely notification in Texas recently. It was very terrible. Could happen again with these kinds of cuts. The bill will harm America's farmers and researchers and businesses, make the world an easier place, unfortunately, for terrorist recruitment, and reward Communist China and Vladimir Putin. All so Republicans can keep paying for billionaire tax breaks. And the most galling part, Republicans are rushing forward without a clue how these unhinged cuts will be implemented. That's not just me expressing an opinion. That's what Republicans themselves admit. That's what the chair of the Appropriation Committee admits. That's what the majority leader admitted today, that Republicans don't even know how OMB and DOJ are going to rearrange these cuts, and yet they're voting for it. Republicans are putting a blindfold over their own eyes and leading rural Americans off a cliff just to make Donald Trump and his billionaire friends happy. Well, Democrats are not here to merely rubber stamp whatever Donald Trump does like the Republicans are doing. Today, my Senate Democratic colleagues and I will make clear the damage this package will have on Americans and on our national security. For one, we'll expose the terrible things Republicans have stuffed in this bill. They want to starve local news stations, defund local radio stations, cripple disaster alerts, abandon native tribes, isolate rural Americans, and erode America's leadership on the world stage. These amendments will show how the Republican bill makes America weaker while making our adversaries stronger. I, for one, will push an amendment on the floor stopping Republicans from cutting funds necessary to resist the Chinese Communist Party, beat them in the race for precious minerals vital to our new technologies, and prevent them from spreading their nefarious cyber attacks around the world. My amendment will also stop Republicans from cutting vital funds to our partners in the Indo-Pacific, who are the first line of defense against aggression from Communist China. We'll also be ready to offer amendments that take Republicans to task when they claim they want to improve this bill, but only offer tweaks that look good on paper without solving the issues they claim to care about. For example, Republicans say they want to protect rural communities, so we have amendments that will actually stand up to rural communities instead of making cosmetic tweaks at the margin that Republicans might try to push. Republicans say they stand with local TV and radio stations and want to protect those communities from cuts, so we have amendments that will actually halt these awful cuts and keep the places whole. Not some commitment of one state to one state and one senator from OMB, but actually preventing these cuts from cutting across America. Republicans say they want to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party, to get tough on Putin, to protect funding from global disease and preventing the spread of terrorism. So we have amendments that will ensure these vital programs are not cut. If Republicans oppose these common sense amendments, they are simply not serious about protecting local communities and the foreign aid they profess to care about. Democrats will also push amendments to mitigate its harms on local communities and prevent Republicans from unilaterally eviscerating funds that benefit tens of millions of people. The matter is very simple. Republicans themselves have admitted that this bill, as written right now, is a black box of cuts, and they have no idea how these cuts will be implemented. So if they're serious, really serious, about standing up for local TV and radio, if they truly care about national security, if they say they want to protect communities from harmful cuts, they should prove it. Prove it today by supporting our amendments. Actions speak a heck of a lot louder than words. I yield the floor. The absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, while we're waiting for our colleague to come, if I could, remarks, my colleague, I so appreciate Senator Murray and Leader Schumer out here speaking on these important issues. But as a committee who's thought a lot about storms lately, we're not just putting PBS at risk here, we're putting millions of Americans who depend on local media for life-saving information. And what's in this rescission request is really making sure that public broadcasters don't have that ability, at least in 20 states where they have emergency plans. So what happens is that NPR manages public radio satellite systems. They receive emergency alerts. They tell us to get out of the way. PBS operates those warning, alert, and response networks, which then transmits over 11,000 emergency alerts alone last year, a 30% increase from the previous year. So why are we talking about cutting off emergency alerts? That's 1,000 times these stations were warned to tell people that their lives were in danger. Let me explain what PBS's warning system means for American families in plain English. When emergency managers, such as someone at FEMA or the National Weather Service or local officials, hit send on a life-saving alert, it normally travels through wireless carriers' infrastructure to reach cell towers. But what happens when those cyber attacks or those infrastructures are crippled? When the fiber lines don't work or they're cut in a storm? When disaster like fire or flood or hurricane knocks them out? What happens to the communication infrastructure then? Well, that's what PBS Warn does. It fills in. PBS stations also on the radio through the airwaves, because they don't have to rely on physical infrastructure, they basically communicate to more than 340 PBS stations nationwide. These stations, running on backup generators, are built to broadcast through disasters. I mean, I think if anybody's got any history to them, they realize that there has been lots of life-saving information over the airwaves. So local infrastructure like TV receivers, local regional facilities grab that alert signal from the PBS broadcast, no internet required, and they get the information out to us. This system and these critical alerts are the primary thing that we use in the nation when everything else goes dark. That means that every PBS transmitter becomes a backup lifetime line for emergency alerts, ensuring that warnings about tornadoes, fires, floods, and evacuations reach your cell phone in seconds. Just think about that. If you have this flood we had in Kerrville and you don't have a communication system, the PBS system is the one that sends the alerts because they've gotten it through the airwaves. This administration and my colleagues now want to pull the plug on this. Just look at yesterday's alerts alone on flash flooding in North Carolina, in Central Texas, in Arizona, a statewide missing person alert in Kentucky, a tornado warning across Nebraska, South Dakota, and Wisconsin, and double and dozens more. Why would we want anybody to miss a disaster alert? It could even be about boiling water and making sure that you have the right water. These are all important communication systems, and they're important when cell phones and the internet don't work. On November 30th, 2018, a magnitude 7.1 earthquake shook south central Alaska. In Anchorage, roads split apart, buildings crumbled, power lines snapped, cell towers went down within seconds, and people panicked as they tried to reach loved ones. The internet failed. But Alaska public media never stopped broadcasting. Operating on backup power, they immediately activated their emergency protocols. As the aftershocks, including a 5.7 tremor, continued to rock the region, APM provided real-time updates on road closures, school evacuations, and tsunami warnings. They broadcast which bridges had been damaged, where emergency shelters had opened, most critically assured isolated communities that the help was on the way. For thousands of Alaskans, that familiar voice on radio was their only connection to vital information during the most terrifying memories that they have had. In a letter to the editor of the Anchorage Daily News, one person wrote, quote, "Commercial radio may be helpful down south, but rural Alaska is different. Pick any rural Alaskan community with exposure to these dangers, and you will find probably that they don't have a commercial radio station. They probably do receive the NPR station." In rural Alaska, they continued, there is no market-driven solution to ensure emergency broadcasts are available in a disaster. That reoccurs on a 100-year scale time, end quote. So it's not just Alaska that has this problem. Consider what happened in Kentucky during the historic tornadoes in December of 2021, when the devastating EF4 tornado carved a 160-mile path of destruction on one of the longest tornado tracks in our nation's history. WKMS Public Radio became the sole source of news for thousands of Kentuckians. As the tornado ripped through Mayfield, at 9:30 destroying the town's candle factory with 110 people stuck inside. Commercial power failed across western Kentucky. And those cell towers toppled, the internet connections vanished. And WKMS kept broadcasting on a backup power, guiding search and rescue teams through darkness. It is time that my colleagues understand that in the words of station managers, quote, in these kinds of moments, your emergency radio or your car radio is literally the only thing to have to get you life, to get you any news or a lifeline, end quote. I ask my colleagues, please do not cut off emergency broadcast funding. How could you possibly think that's a wise idea in the events that we are facing in our nation? I thank the President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Missouri.
Are we in a quorum call, Mr. President?
Yes, we are.
I would ask for unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are here today and we're about to begin Vote-A-Rama. Vote-A-Rama. We seem to do this quite a bit these days, but we're here today to do it on a very, very important bill, the rescissions package from President Trump. I spoke yesterday, and I won't go on for as long as I did yesterday about what this is all about. What this bill is about is to test the will of this chamber if we can actually move forward on what the American people sent us here to do, which is to find waste, to find fraud, and find abuse, and also to realign the taxpayer dollars that go out the door with actual American interests. So we're going to have a lot of conversations about the foreign aid spending. And it's been certainly highlighted, as it should be, some of the ridiculousness and craziness. And my friend from Hawaii has talked about, well, that's not going to happen anymore. Well, good, we don't need the money for it. But let's make sure it never happens again by sending a message that this chamber can actually see what happened and course correct. $18 million to gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry. $2.4 million to make international disaster aid more considerate of sexual orientation and gender identity. $2.2 million to reduce xenophobia towards Venezuelan migrants. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street, and $33 million for UN programs like funding for transgender tampons in Bangladesh, LGBTQ campaigns in Rio, and third gender community centers in Southeast Asia. If you're listening to this, if you're watching this, that is offensive. And that's just a short laundry list of the ways in which these bureaucrats have betrayed the trust of the American people. So what is today about? It is our effort to try to restore not only just some fiscal sanity to this place that everybody has talked about, even across the aisle, hopefully, maybe, I don't know, but not just that, but the political will to take that vote to go do it. Many, many legislators in many, many senates over the generations have talked about doing this. In fact, President Ronald Reagan talked about getting rid of federal money for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in the early 1980s. It didn't happen. But guess what? Today, we can actually go do that. We don't have to sit by anymore and send it and continue to send the hard-earned tax dollars that are sent here by the guys that swing the hammer and the gals who drive the trucks back in Missouri, who should be mortified that they're spending money for the head of NPR to call the president a bigot, a racist, to look over the vast continent of our country and where I come from, flyover country, and look down on them and actually use our money for programming to tell them that every single hour of every single day. Enough is enough. So that's the charge here today, Mr. President. Let the vote-a-rama begin.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to each vote in relation to Calendar 114 and of H.R. 4.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments on motions. 1, Coons 2856. 2, Cortez Mastro, motion to recommit regarding CPB impacting public safety. 3, Gallego, motion to recommit CPB rural tribal. 4, Hirono, motion to recommit CPB emergency alert system. And 5, Baldwin 2855.
Without objection. Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2856 and ask it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Delaware, Mr. Coons, proposes amendment number 2856 to amendment number 2853.
Mr. President, it was Ronald Reagan who said America is great because America is good. My amendment would restore $496 million of international disaster relief funding by removing it from this rescission package. This money doesn't just save lives in countries around the world when they suffer from earthquakes and tornadoes, hurricanes, and natural disasters. It strengthens our standing, brings us closer to our allies, and helps us compete with China. 2 months ago, I visited the Philippines on a bipartisan CODEL and was struck to learn it is the most natural disaster-prone country on earth. Today, they're giving us access to 9 new military sites. They are one of our strongest treaty partners in the region. And why? When I asked their leaders, they said because America helps respond to disasters. $496 million, 0.01% of the debt Republicans have just added to our nation in the last 2 weeks. And this money is implemented by Catholic Relief Services, World Vision, the World
Senator's
Food
time has
Program.
expired.
I ask my colleagues to support it.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment from Senator Coons that strikes the rescission for international disaster assistance, IDA. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Many foreign governments and UN agencies have become reliant on U.S. emergency funding, using it to avoid investing in their own disaster preparedness. IDA is intended to aid in response to emergencies around the world, but instead, it has gone to things like $3 million for sexual reproductive health in Venezuela, $2.1 million for climate resilience in Southeast Asia, Latin America, and East Africa, and $2.4 million to make aid more considerate of sexual orientation and gender identity. IDA will still have unobligated funds, more than $6 billion, that the administration may use as they see fit. With that, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to vote no on Amendment 2856.
Mr. President.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Murray, Padilla, Schatz, and Slotkin. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 50. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. President, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Nevada, Ms. Cortez Masto, moves to recommit.
Mr. President, I ask that further reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm introducing a motion to recommit stating that the Corporation for Public Broadcasting rescission cannot advance if it impacts public safety. For years, public broadcasting has been essential to keeping Americans informed during severe weather and environment threats and broader public safety situations. Let me give you an example from my home state. As the Davis wildfire raged in northern Nevada last summer, the local CBS affiliate lost their transmitter in the fire. But thanks to public broadcasting services, CBS was able to air their local newscasts and keep Nevadans informed about evacuations, the path of the fire, and safety measures. Public broadcasting stations also work with law enforcement to get information out related to abducted children, missing seniors, and major acts of violence. Now is not the time to claw back funding that this body has already approved for public broadcasting's emergency alert system. I urge my colleagues who care about keeping Americans safe to support this motion.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered from my colleague, Senator Cortez Masto. Let's be clear about this. The funding rescinded in this package has zero impact on emergency alert systems. The Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, IPAWS, or Next Generation Warning System grant program are funded and operated by FEMA, not the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Those alerts do not rely on CPB, and they certainly don't depend on taxpayer subsidies for partisan media outlets. Any entity could administer these programs without funneling money through a politically biased intermediary. If adopted, this motion would kill the bill by delaying its consideration by the July 18th deadline and stand in the way of Republican efforts to eliminate wasteful spending and deliver on the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada.
I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Thank you. Gotcha.
Katie Britt went no, by the way.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
That would have been okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You guys got no, right?
I got it.
She changed it. Yeah.
King, Duckworth. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Marshall. Not yet. Not yet. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Where'd he go? Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Wyden, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Perfect. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Cruz, no.
Got it. On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to. Senator from Arizona is recognized.
I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4 to the Committee on
I
Appropriations.
ask that further reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, cutting funding to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting would devastate local public media, especially in rural and tribal areas where CBP funds make up the majority of their budgets. In Arizona, stations like White River and Tuba City rely on CBP for about 3/4 of their funding. That's especially important since nearly 80% of children in Arizona don't have access to formal preschool, meaning that for many families, public television is one of their only early childhood education tools. We shouldn't be pulling the rug out of these children, especially from these communities that are desperately in need. At the same time, Republicans are proposing these cuts. They're handing out tax breaks for billionaires and other corporations. They're sending a clear message that tribal and rural communities matter less than the filthy rich. They do not need more and more tax cuts. That's why I move to limit the damage of cutting funds for corporations for public broadcasting and protect stations in rural and tribal communities.
The senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment offered by Senator Gallego. The overwhelming majority of CPB's funding flows to NPR and PBS, entities that have drifted far from their original mission and now serve as megaphones for partisan left-wing activism. American taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize programming that glorifies radical gender ideology in schools or pushes to defund the police. Local stations are not without resources. They already receive revenue from individual donations, membership drives, corporate sponsorships, and private grants. On top of that, many states already invest in public broadcasting. It's entirely reasonable and frankly long overdue to expect they to shoulder more of the burden here. This amendment is not about protecting rural radio stations or television stations. It's about protecting a political agenda with taxpayer dollars. If adopted, this motion would kill the bill by delaying its consideration by the July 18th deadline and stand in the way of Republican efforts to eliminate wasteful spending and deliver on the president's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Is an ace?
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warren, Whitehouse. Mrs. Murray, aye. Senators voting the negative. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Barrasso, Britt, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Ernst, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Lee, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. Aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. No. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. No. Ms. Alston-Brooks. Ms. Alston-Brooks. Aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. No. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. Aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman. Aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. No. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis. No. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. Aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. No. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. No. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kramer, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Hawaii, Ms. Hirono, moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4 to the Committee on Appropriations of the Senate.
Mr. President, I ask that further reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, public broadcasters are essential to rural communities, often serving as the only emergency alert system when disasters or emergencies occur. These alerts can mean the difference between life or death. Public broadcasters around the country, especially those in rural communities, rely on significant funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which is why Congress has consistently provided CPB funding on a bipartisan basis. By cutting funding for public broadcasting, this bill will jeopardize public broadcasters and the life-saving service they provide. My motion to recommit will ensure that no public broadcasting station that participates in the emergency alert system would lose funding as a result of this bill. As natural disasters increase in frequency across our country, this motion will help protect our communities and ensure they can get timely, life-saving information when disaster strikes. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this motion.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the senator from Hawaii, Senator Hirono, saying that defunding CPB will somehow prevent Americans from receiving emergency alerts is demonstrably not only fear-mongering, but not true. Emergency alerts, the kind you see on your cell phone and that air on TV and radio stations, are sent out via a system funded and operated by FEMA, called the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPAWS. If we rescind CBB's annual funding, IPAWS will continue to operate as usual, sending emergency alerts to cell phones, public broadcasters, and commercial broadcasters alike. Simply put, we don't need to subsidize left-wing propaganda in order to keep Americans safe. If adopted, this motion will kill the bill by delaying its consideration by the July 18th deadline and stand in the way of Republican efforts to provide accountability and course correct from wasteful spending and deliver on President Trump's agenda for the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. President, this bill endangers the public. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Rosen, Schatz, and Schiff. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Graham, Haggerty, Husted, Kennedy, Langford, Moody, Risch, Schmidt, Sheehy, and Thune. Mr. Cassidy? No. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Marshall? No. Ms. Lummis? No. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Sanders? Aye. Mr. Tuberville? No. Mr. Marino? No. Mr. Wicker? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Thank you. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Alsterbrooks, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Britt. Oh. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. have you. Mr. Moran? No. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Number 1, Warner, motion to recommit regarding Economic Support Fund. 2, Schumer, motion to recommit regarding countering China. 3, Schiff, amendment number 2862. Number 4, Markey, motion to recommit regarding children's educational programs. And number 5, Rosen, amendment 2878.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the senator from Wisconsin.
I call up the Baldwin-Murkowski-Cantwell amendment number 2855 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a
Ms.
little
Baldwin,
trolling.
for herself, Ms. Murkowski, and others, proposes an amendment number 2855.
Mr. President, our amendment would strike the rescission for public broadcasting. Eliminating this funding would be devastating for local public radio and television stations. It would reduce or eliminate access to educational programming, local news, and life-saving alerts during emergencies and natural disasters. It would disproportionately harm our rural and tribal communities. If my colleagues have concerns about this funding, I commit to working with you on those concerns as part of the appropriation process. That's where we should have these debates. But these issues were not even raised as a part of our appropriation process during the past 2 years. So to take this extraordinary step and say that these issues are now so grave and so urgent that we have to address them like this, what are we doing here? If we don't adopt this amendment, local television and radio stations will shut down, and it will be rural stations that will be the first to close. I urge my colleagues to vote for our bipartisan amendment and to work with me on these issues as part of the appropriations process where they should be dealt with.
President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, public broadcasting has long been overtaken by partisan activists, plain and simple. This isn't just an abstract critique. NPR and PBS have revealed their left-wing bias time and time again. When blowing the whistle on NPR, Yuri Berliner, a former senior editor, himself a left-wing Democrat, wrote that, quote, NPR has always had a liberal bent. An open-minded spirit no longer exists within NPR. We don't have an audience that reflects America. Exhibit A, after the New York Post broke the Hunter Biden laptop story, NPR ran political cover for the Democrats, refusing to cover the story. Quote, we don't want to waste listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions. Mind you, the story was true. That's why they didn't want to cover it. As for PBS, its coverage of last year's DNC was only 12% negative. The RNC, a staggering 72% negative. If you want to watch left-wing propaganda, turn on MSNBC. But the taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize it. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Wicker. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Scott, South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mrs. Moody, no.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 52. The amendment is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner, moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 4, to the Committee on Appropriations with
Ask that
instructions.
further reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today, as I know many of us do have, with deep concern about the administration's shuttering of USAID, firing thousands of State Department personnel, and retreating from America's place in the world. These actions threaten our national security and our economic interests. Africa has the world's fastest growing population, projected to be home for 25% of the global population by 2050, and has enormous reserves in strategic minerals. I can tell you, back in Virginia, we benefit greatly from the vibrant and diverse African diaspora populations. U.S. engagement with African nations is essential. It makes us safer and develops opportunities for economic partnership. This is in America's strategic interest. Our adversaries get this too, and China has been jumping at the opportunity to make inroads as we retreat from Africa. This administration's haphazard retreat from our commitments in Africa make us all less safe. Rescinding these economic support and development funds is harmful today, but it is in the long run a clear and avoidable catastrophe, one that mortgages our strategic interests, our credibility, and our security. I urge my colleagues to support my motion.
I recognize the senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to recommit offered by Senator Warner that would effectively kill this bill. Let me be clear. The funding we're sending in this package will have no bearing on the safety, security, or prosperity of the American people. So much of our money for too long has been misaligned with any idea of a core American interest. This bill seeks to rectify that. Rather, the economic support funding we're rescinding has been used to do things like support sedentary migrants in Colombia, hold a pride parade in foreign countries, to teach children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions overseas. It's long past time to recoup the funds for asinine programs like these and work to regain the trust of the American people once again. As I mentioned, if adopted, this amendment would kill the bill by delaying its consideration until after the July 18th deadline and stand in the way of our efforts to eliminate wasteful spending and deliver on President Trump's agenda for the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The question, is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Ono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. No. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Hawley, no.